The time for the record is 2:28. Can I get a roll call?
Yes. Chair Roy Ball,
Here?
Commissioner Hanson,
Present.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Here.
Commissioner Garcia,
He's coming in.
Commissioner Moreno.
Present.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we're gonna go on to our Pledge of Allegiance. And we have staff from the Housing Authority to do our Pledge of Allegiance, and our state pledge is gonna be, for our Pledge of Allegiance, it is William Baca. For our state pledge for the Housing Authority, Adriana Velasquez, and for the moment of reflection from the Housing Authority, Joseph Barella.
I pledge allegiance to the
flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. With the flag of the state of New Mexico, and the symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
As we gather here today in service of our community, let us be reminded of the guiding principles and values of public service. Help us to hear the voices of all members of our community. Open our ears to hear those who have been muted by circumstance. Open our eyes to see those who have been pushed to the shadows. And open our arms to embrace those who are unlike ourselves. Give us the strength to overcome our differences. Give us the humility to overcome our presuppositions. And remind us that progress only occurs when it is driven by unity.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Hanson?
I would like us to remember Art Montoya. He is Lois Mee's father, and he passed away on January 21st. And Arthur Montoya, 83, lifelong resident of Agua Fria Village, left this earth peacefully to be home with our dear Lord on January 21st, 2020. He was born January 27th, 1936, to Paulina Padilla Montoya and Antonio Montoya. He is survived by his loving wife of 59 years, May Montoya, daughter Lois Mee and William, son Art Jr., Gerald, Dale, grandchildren William Mee, Josie, Latia Mee, and many great-grandchildren and other family members. He was preceded in death by his parents, and Arthur was a general contractor and cabinet maker. He was a devout Catholic, devoted husband, and the best dad, grandpa, uncle, Tio, brother, and friend you could ever ask for. He loved spending time with his family. Services will be Friday, January 31st at the historic San Ysidro Church in Agua Fria Village with a rosary at 10 a.m. I'd like us to please take a moment of silence for him. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, next we're going to move on to our first item on our agenda, and this is item number F, and this is the approval of the agenda. Is there any changes or changes by any of our board members for the agenda, or if not, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chair, the agenda was posted last Tuesday and then amended on Friday, January 24th at 4:31 p.m. At that time, we added, I believe, 4 items on page 1. Under opening business, item J, K, and L were added. And then on page 2 of your agenda, under item 10, matters from the county attorney, item 10A2 was added. Those are the only amendments to the agenda that came from staff.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Hanson?
I would like to move to approve the agenda with changes.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Hamilton. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. We're on to our next item, which is item number G. And this is a recognition of years of service for Santa Fe County employees for January 2020. Manager Miller?
Mr. Chair, let's see. So as you know, we recognize employees who have hit a milestone in their consecutive years of service with Santa Fe County. And we recognize them in 5-year increments. And so in your packet, we have employees who have been with us 5, 10, 15, and even 20 years. And so I just wanted to make sure that in this meeting, we gave, sorry, I'm having a hard time getting my screen to, there it is. Gave an opportunity to recognize those employees. We just actually had William Baca, or Billy Baca from Housing. He just hit his 5 years of consecutive service with Santa Fe County. In the adult detention facility, Manuel Valdez. And teen court, Chanel Delgado has also been with us 5 years. In the information technology, Rico Lovato. And in the clerk's office in reporting and recording, Manuel Olivas. Also in housing, Roberta Martinez. And also in the clerk's office, Estrella Martinez have hit their 5-year milestone. And then Ashley Woods at the dispatch facility, RECC. Then those employees who've hit a 10-year milestone are Julia Valdez, who's in the clerk's office, but used to be in the manager's office as a constituent liaison. And then also Walter Dashnow from the Wildland Program in the fire department. Those with 15 years of service are Tino Alva in RECC, in corrections and electronic monitoring. And then at the adult facility, Aaron Garcia, David Ida, and Daisy Quintana hit their 15-year, or will hit their 15-year mark on January 29th, tomorrow. Then for 20 years, we have in the fire department, Patrick Romero. In land use, Rick Lovato. In the county manager's office and finance, Sam Montoya. In the sheriff's department, in sheriff's office and administration, Gabe Gonzalez, who's standing right over there. It doesn't say the major, but we know it's you. And Yvonne Gonzalez in animal control. On December 6th, 1999 is when they started with us, and they hit their 20-year milestone. So congratulations, Major.
Thank you, Manager Miller. It's important for us to recognize these milestones, and I just want to thank staff for their dedication to Santa Fe County, and just congratulations once again. I'll go to the rest of my board members. Commissioner Hanson.
I have just a question. Is the mic on or off? How?
You need
It's supposed
the
to be
mic
on.
on with the, board members, commissioners, I just want to say, so we changed microphones. I think a couple of you were out of the room. We changed microphones from the ones that sit on the table to try to raise these up. You do want to have the light on when you're speaking.
Okay.
It was to try to cut down on the paper noise because it picks up everything. So when you're speaking, please make sure that the light is on.
So the red light is on, on when we're speaking?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I just want to congratulate everybody, especially those who did 20 years, Major, Sam, Patrick, and Gabriel, and Yvonne. Thank you for being here for 20 years. I won't get to serve that long here, unfortunately, but I am grateful that you are here for those 20 years. So thank you, and thank you to everybody who has serve the county for the 5, 10, and 15 years. And I'm honored to be able to be a county commissioner and serve all of you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Any other comments from the board? No. Manager Miller?
And Mr. Chair, we have special gifts for those individuals who hit their 20-year mark as a result of last year. I think the commission asked that, that's pretty significant if you've been here 20 years straight.
Yeah.
So those individuals who've been here 20 years straight, like Sam and the Major, and who else had another?
Patrick Romero
Yeah.
and Gabriel, Yvonne Gonzalez and Gabe Gonzalez.
So
Rick
maybe you
Lobato.
could step forward so that the board can see which ones you are. Yeah, and then we're gonna do a special drawing.
Do we have the others? I know we have Sam and Gabe and Yvonne.
And
No, Patrick and Rick are not here. Okay.
so, just wanted to point that out. We do have a nice, I guess it's kind of like a award, the glass ones that,
Yeah.
for them. So, really do want to recognize how important it is to have people here for so long. I can tell you, in working with any of them on items, particularly relative to like the budget, Sam goes, "Oh yeah, I remember that," and it really helps to have that institutional knowledge. So really appreciate that you've stayed with Santa Fe County and made it your career.
Definitely. Congratulations.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Garcia?
This is an individual who actually worked here for 28 years in Santa Fe County, and many of you were here when I had started. And just congratulations to all of you. I think Santa Fe County, sometimes we feel it may or may not be a good place to be employed, but actually Santa Fe County, I feel, is a very good place to be employed. But congratulations, and the individuals that have been here for 5 years still have a little bit of time to go, which is okay. But nonetheless, time actually flies by. But congratulations, and thank you for working for Santa Fe County.
Yep, thank you. Any other comments from board members? Commissioner Moreno?
20 years. You, the elders of the county, I'm so happy to see that there are so many. You're the brains of the county. We up here, we come and go, but you, in your hands, you control the future, and I'm so happy for all the honorees, and have a good day.
Thank you, Commissioner Moreno. So I just once again want to reiterate the importance of the time and that you guys spend here, and you guys are the heartbeat of the county. You're the ones that put in the time day in and day out. And the commission actually gets a lot of kudos for the work that you guys do, and I think you guys, are the heartbeat of the county, and I appreciate everything you do. Any other comments from the board? Well, thank you guys, and congratulations again. Okay. So now we're gonna move on to our next item, which is item number H, and is also of great importance. Is we have new hires that come to work for Santa Fe County, and hopefully will make a career here and decide to stay here be our next group in 20 years to recognize. I know that as commissioners, we probably won't be here for that, but I think that we can be here to cultivate a culture where people want to make their careers here. And with that, I'll go to Manager Miller.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I just want to, in your packet, there's a list of new hires. These are new hires in the month of November 2019 as well as the month of December 2019. So some of them may not seem like new hires because three months goes quickly, and then you're like, you've been here forever. So I just want to name them off and welcome them to the county. If you see them, or if you have not met them yet and you do meet them, get a chance to welcome them to the county. The first one on the list is not actually new to the county, but I will say Erin Ortigoza actually took another position outside of the county, but she's came back to work part-time with us, so she's a new hire on the list, but not new to the county. Stacy Weber, GIS analyst, Jocelyn Moreno, Devana Rodriguez, and Soriada Sanchez in corrections, and then at the dispatch center, Nicholas Anderson and Samantha Cordova. Those were the new hires in November, and then in December in IT we had Matthew Hyde. In the sheriff's office we had several new deputy cadets and deputy one, and that's Justin Dillinger, Antonio Naranjo, Gustavo Palomino Ruiz, Zachary Sizemore, Aria Ohm, and Shamar Walker. In corrections, detention officers, Shamar. The others were in sheriff's office. Then the treasurer's office, Rachel Pyatt. In community services, Jacob Calles. And in solid waste, James Anaya and Justin Martinez. And then also at the dispatch center, Jacqueline Lopez and Michelle Mendez Granillo. So just would like to welcome them to the county.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Garcia?
I would actually like to thank the HR department staff, actually, because this is really good to see these new hires come aboard, especially in the areas of corrections and our regional emergency communication center, as well as, what do we have, 5 or 6 different sheriff deputies, and all the other departments are definitely important as well, but these are some of the areas where we needed some help in recruiting and getting some individuals into those positions, but thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any other comments from the board? Commissioner Hanson?
I also want to welcome everyone to the county. Thank you for being here, and thank you, Sonia, for being our HR director. That's great. Thank you very much, and we look forward to working with you, and good job on all these hires. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. If there's not any other comments from the board, I'm going to move on to our next agenda item, and that's agenda item number I. And this is always great to recognize the employee of the quarter. So it's an award that we give out every quarter, and so with that, I'm going to go to Manager Miller.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, normally I have a big long list of employees to read a little summary about what they've done for the quarter, but this quarter we had one outstanding candidate who is the employee of the quarter, and that's from Community Services, Diana Ortiz Acosta. She's a housing intake specialist, and Diana consistently provides excellent customer services to Santa Fe County Housing Authority clients. She's very resourceful and goes out of her way to provide information timely to help people in need. Diana has a large workload and completes this efficiently with exceptional accuracy and a positive attitude. Can you come out for what we have for Diana is actually the commissioners just noticed that this. Did we have a Sharpie pen so the commissioners could sign the certificate?
Here you go, Sonia.
Here. It's in the.
Pass it down and start.
Yeah. So that's the certificate, but the main thing is, you all know, the nice gift that the employee receives is this wonderful, I don't want to put my fingers all over it, glass sculpture that says Santa Fe County Employee of the Quarter, Diane Ortiz Acosta, January 28th, 2020. So that I don't drop it. And I don't know.
So I just want to, thank Diana for her dedication and hard work for Santa Fe County. I think that it's really great to have an opportunity to recognize an employee that's going above and beyond. And so I just want to say thank you for all your hard work. Great job. We really appreciate everything that you do for Santa Fe County. Is there any other commissioners that would like to comment? Commissioner
Yes.
Garcia?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah,
also, Ms. Diana, actually, I met you a long time ago when you first started at the fire department?
Started with the sheriff's and then fire department.
Sheriff's and the fire department under, then Chief Holden, right? Was Chief Holden the fire chief back then?
Did I what?
Did you work under Chief Holden?
Yes.
Yes.
And then,
Spurley.
Birdie.
Right. And so it's actually good to see, as Commissioner Roybal mentioned, to see an individual actually customer service, because customer service is all of us sitting in this building that work for Santa Fe County. We're here for the taxpayer, and like actually customer service, they are the taxpayer, are the customers for our organization. But congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hamilton?
yeah, when Manager Miller was reading this and talking about the workload, I had a sister who did something similar to this in the level of work, doing intakes and this kind of thing. The workload was unbelievable, and it was just it was rare that there were a number of people that I knew that she worked with. It's so hard to keep up with this sort of thing. So it just struck me how remarkable it is to be able to keep up and do this kind of thing timely, but really in good service. So this is hugely well deserved, and thank you so much for that level of effort.
Thank you.
And, Mr. Chair, I know
Madam
that, Joseph Montoya would also like to say something if he could. And then I want to ask, before everybody runs off, with employee of the quarter and the, next, 3 items that we have, recipients, if we could actually go out and take pictures with them, because it's hard in this room, but at least maybe we could go over there, and get some pictures with them.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to thank you so much for this honor, because Fanny really, really deserves it. She is the face of the housing authority. We have some very difficult clients, and Diana always keeps her calmness, and she's always gracious under extremely strenuous conditions. And of course, all our clients come in within a 4-day period of time. And so not only does she do all the work that we mentioned earlier in terms of bringing in people and bringing in those new accounts to us and letting people go, every single person that comes into the housing authority is touched by Diana. She is the only employee in the whole housing authority that at some point in time, in all our programs that she touches. And I just want to say that her work has been exceptional, especially of late, in terms of her accuracy and in terms of the financial side of things, and her ability to put in the program reports. And she's, as you know, we have new software programs that are in, that has been exceptional about learning all the new software programs, and has gone out of her way to be able to get training and support in order to do her job better. So I'm really proud and thankful that she was able to get this work, because it's richly deserved.
Thank you, Director. Diana, would you like to say anything?
Thank you for the opportunity you give me to work with the county for 22 years. Thank you for those of you that nominated me. It feels good to be honored and recognized.
Thank you, Diana. It's our honor to have you here today. So if we could go out and take a photo.
Mr. Chair, if we could do them, all 3 items, and then go do all 3 photos, so we don't have to come back and forth, that would be great. And also, Mr. Chair, I want to point out that Diana will also receive a day of administrative leave for receiving employee of the quarter. So the letter isn't in her certificates, but that also comes with her nomination and her oath.
Now all she needs is the
Okay,
time
well,
to take it, right?
congratulations.
Exactly, now, and Joseph has to let her have the time off.
We might have to talk about that. We literally have to close the office sometimes.
Okay, so we're going to move on to our next item. It's item number J, recognition of New Mexico Edge Program graduates, and we have our HR director, Sonia Quintana.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'm here today for a very important recognition item. All of them are, but it is the recent New Mexico Edge graduates.
Okay,
And
Sonia, can we make sure, is the mic on?
Yes.
Is the light on? Oh, okay, I just wanted to make sure.
We'll never hear it because
Yeah.
there's no speaker.
And I have a tiny voice, so can you guys hear me better?
We
Oh,
can
yeah,
now.
absolutely.
Okay. Before I get started naming, recognizing our employees, I just want to note how important it is to recognize not only this achievement, but also the ongoing support that we receive from the county manager and you members of the board on our training and recruitment programs to include New Mexico Edge. I think it's important to note in the program, it states that there's more county employees, Santa Fe County employees that have graduated from New Mexico Edge than any other county in the state. So we're honored with that. To date, we've graduated 59 employees with multiple certifications. So some of those employees have more than one certification, and so we really appreciate that support. Starting to recognize those employees, the first is Catherine Miller. And she earned the Certified Public Manager. Gabby Trujillo from Public Works. Les Francisco, also from Public Works. Patrick Varela, I don't know if he's in here. Oh, there he is. And Anna Martinez.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Garcia?
just really quick, Ms. Quintana, can you actually explain to, the audience out there who does not know what EDGE classes are? Can you just give a little brief of what the EDGE classes are for the general public out there?
Absolutely. New Mexico Edge is education designed to generate excellence in the public sector. It's a program operated through the New Mexico Cooperative Extension Service and provides comprehensive course studies for local public bodies, municipalities, tribal government, specialized to working in the public workforce. And so the idea of New Mexico Edge is to train employees to apply best practices with the purpose of encouraging better government through education.
Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. Okay, any other comments from the board, Manager Miller?
I did want to point out that actually, last Gabby, the treasurer, and I were in the same graduating class for the certified public manager. That is the highest designation of certification that you can receive from EDGE. It takes about 300 hours to complete that certification. I want to say it's 80 some classes or something like that, and then culminating in a 100-hour project. And Les and Gabby and the treasurer did their projects, and I'll fess up, my project was implementing the logo and communications plan, but they may want to tell you about theirs. I started out doing it just to try to encourage people to go to classes, and then I got kind of hoodwinked into doing the whole thing, and but it's really enjoyable. And I think one of the things that the program director Mary DiLorenzo and some of the individuals from New Mexico State that put on this program said is that it really shows how much Santa Fe County Commission supports education and employee growth by how many Santa Fe County employees participate in the program, and they even said they wanted to do some kind of feature story on Santa Fe County's participation in the program. So you may actually hear from the folks at Edge to get your input as to why it's so important and why we put such an emphasis on education at Santa Fe County and continuing education. So I think that's really great. And then also the Anna Martinez doing the certified public supervisor. She's on her way. So you start out as a certified, your first designation is certified public official, second one is certified public supervisor, and I'm guessing she's going to go for certified public manager. We'll see. But there are also numerous other certifications in different fields, in different fields of your profession. So they have GIS certifications, there's treasurer certification, there's even a certification for commissioners and clerks, ethics certifications. So HR and all of the different department directors and elected officials really do support employees going to those classes. And New Mexico State makes it an easy program for you to get involved in and work your way through certification. So I just want to put a plug in for the program and for all the employees that have participated in it, whether they've gotten a certification or not. We really do try to give them that opportunity to take some classes beyond high school. And it's also a good way to, if you aren't really sure you want to get a advanced college degree, it's a good stepping stone to see if you want to go back to school.
Thank you for those comments, Manager Miller. I just want to, ditto the same comments and just really thank you guys for being great employees and striving to make those next levels. I mean, you're all extraordinary, so we really do appreciate you. Commissioner Hanson?
So I just want to reiterate what Manager Miller said about taking these classes. I have taken numerous classes over the last 3 years, and I find it really helpful as a commissioner to also participate in these classes. I think it is a definitely worthwhile, and I really support all of our employees also participating in this, and I think it's important. So I just wanted to share that, but I also do want to hear what everybody's project was. I didn't want you to get away without telling us.
Why don't you tell them? Let's wait.
My project was on solid waste recycling by diversion, and how to keep out of the landfills.
And my project was restructuring administration for transparency and proficiency.
Wow.
Mine was on investments, and mine came from Mary, the director. She said, I would like something that's easy enough for the layman to understand investments. So I did one on investing in non-jargon. But I also like to express gratitude for the county, because in my office it's required that they get a CTO and a CPO, because I believe that a public servant, which we are, is the best public servant we can have, is an educated public servant in anything. So they're required to take those classes and some assessor classes, because we work together on a lot of subjects. So I'm like that, because all of them have gotten pretty much their CPOs and CTOs except for Luis. So thank you.
I didn't have a project to do, but but I did have to do a whole day training for my supervisor certification, and we had to do quite a few presentations. I also want to thank you for giving me an opportunity. I have 3 other certificates from this college, and so it has helped me, and I appreciate that you allow us to do this.
Great. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I just want to throw one other thing in there. Catherine has set the example for the program not only by taking the classes, but she didn't say that she also steps in to teach the classes, many of the management classes when needed. So I think she's not giving herself all the credit.
And I paid her to say that.
Thank you, Sonia, for reminding us, because one of the first classes that I took as a commissioner when we came in, Catherine taught, and it was fantastic. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Can you share with us what kind of student Commissioner Hanson was?
Mr. Chair, I have found that any of the commissioners who take the classes are excellent students. It's actually very nice to see commissioners in those classes, so.
We paid her to say that.
And elected officials, and I know that the employees really notice when the elected officials participate in those classes, so they appreciate seeing commissioners and other elected officials partaking in them.
Yeah, I find that people are, they thank me for being there, and I'm like, oh, well, I'm grateful to be here. So I think it's a really good program.
Thank you for those comments, Commissioner Hanson and Manager Miller. I've taken some classes as well, and they're really informative, so I do appreciate the program, and I think that, it does give us that next level of customer service for our constituents. So thank you. Any other comments from the board?
Yeah.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yeah, I think it's no accident that so many of us take these classes and you end up with so much, not just top to bottom, but lateral encouragement for, across each other to improve ourselves and to share in the education and to do things in a good way. And so it's just not a surprise that it's Santa Fe County is such a great place to work, that the staff is so proficient and works efficiently and encourages each other and does things well and ethically and with a high level of performance. I just think it's a wonderful thing. It makes it a great place to work.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton.
And Mr. Chair and Commissioners, not to belabor the point, but I want to say one of the things that I really noticed is that these classes and certifications do is that a couple of those people up there I know didn't like speaking in public, and they're not nearly as afraid to get up and off the cuff just do a presentation. And it's the kind of thing that it really does push you to learn how to speak in public, to think on your feet, to write papers. You have to write a paper. So if that's not something you're used to doing, it doesn't matter what your subject matter is. It doesn't matter what your field of study is or career field is at the county. One of the common things in the program as you get certifications is you have to stand up and speak. You have to write papers. And it really helps develop that thought process and that confidence to do that type of work. So if you all would stick around, so as soon as we finish the next two items, we'll all go out and get a picture, because congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Don't go too far away.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
You neither.
So we're gonna go on to item number K, and this is a recognition of the Adult Misdemeanor Compliance Accreditation for Santa Fe County DWI program. I'm gonna go to Manager Miller again.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, so I know that some of you were at the New Mexico County's award luncheon last Thursday. But not all of you had the opportunity to be there. And one of the things that Santa Fe County, and I think we're the only county at this particular midwinter conference that received this. I'm not sure we're the only county in the state, but we're definitely one of the few, if not the only. There's 4. Okay, so we're the 4th. To receive this accreditation. But the DWI program actually has been working under supervision of Lupe and Rachel. All of the staff have been working on receiving the misdemeanor compliance program designation and accreditation. So it's actually the county DWI program went forward to apply for the adult misdemeanor compliance accreditation. And there are professional standards that are set out by New Mexico counties and an entity that a group that was created by New Mexico counties to set out those standards. And they have to actually put all those standards in place and conform to those in order to receive this particular accreditation. And so I just wanted to make sure that you knew, if you weren't able to attend the New Mexico Counties Conference, that Santa Fe County did receive that accreditation last Thursday. And maybe Rachel or Lupe, you want to tell the board a little bit about what it took to get there?
Thank you, Manager Miller and members of the commission, Rachel O'Connor with the Community Services Department. 10 years ago when I worked for the governor's office on DWI issues, they were just starting on putting together requirements for misdemeanor compliance units. And even at that time, Santa Fe County was out ahead of the pack. But I'm really pleased and proud of the work that everyone here did, and Lupe is going to introduce everybody. And to say, I think the most amazing part of it is how fast they did it, one, and two, how quietly they did it, because I had absolutely nothing to do with it. And they did absolutely every step of it. They sent me an email every week and said, we're proceeding, and suddenly it was done. And so all the credit for sure goes to this crew, and I just wanted to say thank you. So there you go.
Thank you. Members of the commission, I'd like to introduce the staff. First of all, we got Erica Gutierrez, Leanna Rodriguez, Paul Portillo, I always call him Cedillo, Joanne DeBlasio, and Peter Olson. Without them, this probably would have never happened. Like Rachel said, we did it in about 7.5 months, and it's usually a 2-year process, so we're real proud of the work that they put in to get that done. If it hadn't been for the diligent work they did, probably would have never happened. So I'd like to thank them. They're an excellent crew, and moving forward, I think Santa Fe County is in good shape to compliance unit. So thank you.
Fantastic.
Thank you. Well, first and foremost, I do want to congratulate all of you for your hard work and earning this certificate of achievement. I mean, it says a lot about what the passion of our county is, and what your passion is in this job. And you guys have done a great job. We're really proud of you. But I'm going to go to the rest of my commission for any other comments. Commissioner Garcia.
Mr. Chairman, staff, congratulations. That's actually great. Whatever you're part of the Santa Fe County elected officials and your employees actually go and get it. Great.
This is great. But that maybe we could advertise it a little bit by having a float in the Fiesta Parade. Because I think people in the county need to know what kind of good work that we are doing here, and advertise and promote ourselves, because we are doing good work, and I think it's important for people to know that. And Fiesta is kind of can be a little wild, and to help people know how important it is to drive carefully and not drunk and do all the right things is really important. And so I'm grateful to all of you for the work that you put in here. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson, for those comments. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you.
Working on the floor.
Okay, thank you.
We want to see this. This should be an exercise in creativity.
Right, and I want all of us commissioners to be able to walk in the Fiesta Parade, because it's
something we could walk with.
I'm a big fan of the hysterical parade. So I used to ride my horse in the Fiesta Parade. So now I want to have a van or. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No
Commissioner
worries.
Hamilton.
No worries. But we always have to have stuff to say, but this is very impressive, and so I just wanted to say congratulations, but also ask if in really, really briefly, how you feel this is enabling us to do things a little differently or achieve something we couldn't achieve before, because it is a big deal on the surface of it. I think people would like to know that.
Okay, Commissioner Riggle, Commissioner Hanson, the accreditation process, I think.
Close enough.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm just teasing.
Yeah.
It happens every day.
Yeah, it makes programs stronger, because there's 121 standards that we had to write policy and procedures for and to ensure that we're compliant with. You gotta provide documentation on each one of those standards that you're actually doing what you're saying you're doing. So it ranges from HR practices to, referring clients for outside services. So it covers the whole gamut of what the program should be doing. So I think because of that, it ensures that programs are doing best practices and are incorporating best practices into their program.
That sounds great. It just seems to me that, so like some of the comments we made about, people who take the EDGE classes, for the whole staff to have participated in achieving this must really upgrade their knowledge and performance too. And it means we have a much better staff working on this. And congratulations to all of you on that.
Commissioner Moreno?
Yeah, sure. I think Santa Fe County has been a leader in this area, and it makes me happy that teams come together to do things, and it requires a lot of patience, and congratulations for this. It's a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Moreno. I once again just want to reiterate saying congratulations and thank you for your hard work, and keep up the hard work. If there's anything the board can help with, please let us know. Thank you.
And Lupe, if you guys would join us in the corner over there in a minute, we have one more recognition to do, and then the board would like to take a picture with you with the accreditation. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. That's good.
Okay, with that, I'm gonna go ahead and move on to our next agenda item. And that's item number L, or letter L. And recognition of Risk Management Division for receiving Safety Award Honorable Mention at New Mexico County's 2020 Legislative Conference. And I'm gonna go to Manager Miller.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I wanted just to make sure that every one of you knew that Santa Fe County was recognized at the New Mexico County's Midwinter Conference, and like I said, we had several employees who graduated from the EDGE program. We had the misdemeanor compliance accreditation, and we also received recognition in our for our risk management division for receiving the safety awards honorable mention. And what that means is that they achieved and the county as a whole, because this actually requires that employees don't get hurt on the job, but it's achieving a positive claim trend for lowering frequency of workers' compensation claims for 2019. And that's really led by Mark and his staff for making sure that our safety committee meets, that we make sure we do safety inspections throughout the county, correct anything in the county where we may have potential for tripping, injuring ourselves, falling, anything like that. And so it's the risk management staff that really keep our safety committee going and continue to inspect and follow up on any of our potential areas where we might have accidents on the job. And Mark, maybe you could introduce everybody and also maybe give them a little summary of what you did to get this award. And so this is the Safety Award Honorable Mention, which the clerk and I received at the at the New Mexico County's conference. So,
Mr. Chair, Board of County Commission, to my right I have John Sanchez. He's our safety coordinator supervisor, and he's been with me the longest. He's been in safety since about 2009, if I'm correct. He's moved up to supervisor, and he's supervising to my left, Alexis Rodriguez, he's our safety coordinator. This is Joaquin Zamora, our other safety coordinator. And they do an excellent job, and they're really showing that they're proactive out in the field. As an honorable mention, we're still looking at a different goal for next year. We're gonna be safety award winners, is what our main goal is. I always give credit to all Santa Fe County employees, because this is a county, program. This is all, driven by our county employees. We do our best to work with all different departments to reduce claims within their departments, reduce auto claims, work on claims, or whatever we can do. We work diligently with Mr. Cedillo, our warden, different people, and really trying to reduce claims within their departments.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Luan. Did we have Commissioner Hamilton?
Sure. It seems like a pretty diverse challenge to me, because we do so many different kinds of things around the county, and the kinds of things you have to pay attention to, just vary across the board, As I was just thinking about as being a volunteer firefighter and out on, if you'll remember the storm on Thanksgiving Day, and out there clearing snow and having people working in treacherous conditions to office things. So it's just pretty impressive that you guys keep all of that in hand and are able to really upgrade our ability to work safely. It's pretty impressive. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. I want to ditto those same thoughts, but I also want to just thank you for being compassionate and holding such a high respect for safety and looking out for our constituents and our staff. I mean, it's a huge honor for you guys to be looking out for our staff and making sure that we're in compliance and working safely, and having that compassion is something that a lot of people don't realize, that it actually keeps us safe, and it helps the workers to go home in the same condition that they get to work. So I really appreciate that. Great job. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hanson next. But I just want to say thank you again and congratulations, and great goal for next year. Whatever we can do to help, let us know.
Yes, I want to thank you also, because I know that many of you attend the EDGE classes and at the annual conference, and I really enjoy being able to hang out with you and visit with you during those conferences. And so I want to thank you for that, but also really thank you for taking care of us and making us safe. It's really important. So thank you very much.
Commissioner Garcia, and then I'll come to Commissioner.
Mr. Chair, just congratulations, the safety crew. Honorable mention, that's actually very, very awesome. That's great, especially when you're up there receiving the award in front of the entire state of New Mexico, where all 33 counties are there. Gentlemen should be very proud that you have a good program going out that happens through Santa Fe County, educating employees as to what the safety is. I can remember 7, 10 years ago, nobody used to wear green vests out there, and you guys try your hardest to actually get everybody. That's just a minimal part of what your responsibility is. But whenever you see the road crew out there and they're all dressed in green, I think that's really great, because it's a safety for them and their families as well, not just us here. But like whenever you go to the state of Arizona, if you actually look at the Department of Transportation, those individuals that work out there on the highway, they're dressed in green from their hat to their sunglasses to their shoes, and it's just a safety matter that we all need to be concerned about. But congratulations once again. And just really quick, how many awards is this? Because last year you all received an award as well, right? And the year before that, is this like the second, third one?
We received last year. We received at least 2, 3 in a row. So,
congratulations.
Okay, I'm going to go to Commissioner Moreno.
Thanks, and keeping us safe and comfortable. Okay? Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Commissioner. We're going to go to Madam Clerk, Geraldine Salazar.
Yes, as an elected office, I'd like to thank you also, because you help us in many different ways and you keep us checked. Also with the warehouse, with the office. If we have concerns about what's going on in our office, or if you have to make sure we're safe, if we have someone that comes in that could be volatile in some way, You guys are always there and you're auditing and you're doing a good job. There's a lot that you do. And I want you to know that we appreciate the work that you do and how you help us in the clerk's office. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It's really great to recognize you for this certificate that you got. You know, it's something that is not always in the forefront of employees' mind, but I know that you guys are working on building that, cultivating that culture so that all of our employees will not only take safety serious here, but at home if we can start having them take it home with them as well. So I know you guys are the right guys to have in place to cultivate that spirit. So I appreciate that, you guys. And I think we are going to go and take a photo out here in just a little bit. But if Manager Miller, if you'll present.
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, we received, this is the award that was received and given to the New Mexico County's Conference. I just want to.
Congratulations.
And then I was hoping that we could do
Take
all
photos?
3 or 4 of the photos out there with the different groups. And then
Okay,
come
so we're
back
gonna take
for-
a quick break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. Okay, thank you. We're back. We
Blower on, you're gonna have to talk louder, sorry.
Well, maybe the blower needs to go up.
they're working on turning it off.
Like, I think it's too cold now, so.
Okay, so we're back. So we're gonna move on to our next agenda item, and it's item number 2, and this is the consent agenda. And so, is there any items from the consent agenda that any commissioners would like pulled for more discussion, or what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Hamilton?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So we have a motion to approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
And a second. Under discussion, is there anything under discussion? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Chair Roybal,
Yes, ma'am.
for the record, the resolutions you just passed are resolutions 2020, 9, and 10. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, so we're gonna move on to our item number 3, and this is the appointments and reappointments. Our first one is appointment and reappointment to the Santa Fe County Lodgers Tax Advisory Board. And we have Lisa Katonic from the manager's office.
Oh, thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, Lisa, you'll need to, you need to be the one to present this, and I need you to speak into the microphone so that individuals can hear on the radio.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Lisa Katonic, Santa Fe County Manager's Office. With me this afternoon, I have our Lodgers Tax Board members, Tom Romero and Nicole Fiacco. Tom Romero represents our at-large board member for Lodgers Tax, and Nicole Fiacco represents Four Seasons Rancho Encantado for the lodging industry. Before you today, I have appointments and reappointments to the Santa Fe County Lodgers Tax Advisory Board. The background for this item is that the role of the Santa Fe County Lodgers Tax Advisory Board is to make recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners concerning the expenditure of the occupancy tax proceeds. LTAB prepares semi-annual budgets, setting forth the amount of money collected by the county clerk, and also setting forth all expenditures made during such semi-annual period. LTAB consists of 5 residents of the county, 2 of whom represent the lodging industry, 2 that represent or are directly involved in tourist-related activities, 1 member at large who represents the general public. Members must reside within Santa Fe County. LTAB members serve a 2-year term and may be renominated for up to 2 additional successive terms. The terms of all 5 LTAB members expired on December 31st. The term of the appointed LTAB members will be 2 years, beginning today, January 28th, 2020, through January 31st, 2022. The Santa Fe County staff advertised the board member positions for Lodgers Tax Advisory Board 2 times in December, both on December 4th and December 23rd, and staff has received letters of interest and resumes and all mandatory forms from the following individuals seeking reappointment. Nicole Fiacco, who is the Sales and Marketing Director for Four Seasons Resort Rancho Encantado. She represents the lodging industry. Ryan Miller, the owner and innkeeper of the Bobcat Inn, representing the lodging industry. Ms. Catherine Fox Ellert, Santa Fe Community College, representing the hospitality program and tourist-related activities. Daniel Goodman, of El Rancho de las Golondrinas, representing tourist-related activities, and Thomas Romero, representing the general public in the at-large position. Staff has also received letters of interest and resumes and all mandatory forms from the following individuals seeking appointment to the LTAB. Those include Mr. Stuart Ashman, CEO of the International Folk Art Market, Mr. Rick Herman, who's a retired CPA, Ms. Judith Mitchell, retired CPA, Mr. Rory O'Brien, who is the food and beverage manager at the Legal Tender Saloon in Lamy, Mr. Bashente Perry, general manager of the Four Seasons Resort, Rancho Encantado, and Ms. Sharon Peterson, who is a production assistant, production manager at Essential Guide, as well as an office manager for Frontier Frames. To assist the BCC in making these appointments, staff prepared the following chart that indicates the applicants and what the qualifying representation is.
Thank you, Ms. Katanik. Also, I know that you said that we had Thomas Romero and Nicole Fiaco. Would you guys like to address the board, or do you have any comments for the board?
Thank you. Welcome, and for the welcome, and also being part of it. I have served on the LTAP for I think about 3 years now, a little over, and it has been a privilege to be part of it. I represent at large, and I always tell people it's because of my horizontal posture. I'm just kidding, but what I am involved in personally is with the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area for the last 8 years with El Museo and a lot of community groups who are interested in the arts and tourism. And so that's what I think I've brought to the board. And it has been a privilege to be part of it, and we'll be happy to serve again. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. I appreciate that. I'm not trying to put you guys on the spot. It's just always kind of nice to hear some thoughts from our board members that are appointed.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Nicole from Four Seasons Rancho Encantado. I've served on the board about 1.5 years. I took over our previous general manager's position on the board, and I'm newer to the area, so I feel like it's a fresh set of eyes on a destination that needs a little bit more awareness. And I love my position on this board because I feel like we can really message all that Santa Fe County has to offer, the state of New Mexico in general has to offer, and in particular how it collates with getting luxury guests here from a Four Seasons perspective to really bring in that ancillary spend that, you know, not only the Four Seasons guests, but the county guests enjoy as well. So it's really all about raising awareness and bringing people to our fabulous destination that we're so lucky we get to call home. So thank you
for your comments.
Thank
Ms.
you for your
Fiaco.
consideration.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Fiaco. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hanson.
So thank you very much for your service on this. I would, can all my commissioners hear me? I would like to make a motion for the lodging industry, the tourism industry, and at large. I'm going to make one motion. I am nominating Ryan Miller, owner of Bobcat Bite Inn, Mr. Brixit Perry for general manager of the Four Seasons. For tourism, I'm nominating Daniel Goodman, of executive director of El Rancho de las Golondrinas, and Stuart Ashman, CEO of International Folk Art, and Ryan O'Brien, for member at large of the food and beverage manager at the Legal Tender Saloon in Lamy.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second under discussion. Is there any other comments from commissioners? No? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Okay, we're gonna move to our next agenda item. And this is the recommendation for appointment to the City of Santa Fe Public Library Board. County Manager's Office, we have Tessa Jo Mascareñas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have Maria Sanchez Tucker with us from the City Library Board. On that board, the county does get to select an applicant for their position. We did the solicitation for that position, and she's here to comment on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Board. I'm Maria Sanchez Tucker, and I'm actually the Library Division Director for the Santa Fe Public Library. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. Thank you for working on this appointment. I'm asking that you approve Carlo Brady as an appointment to the Library Advisory Board. He served on the board for 2 years as a resident of the city, and he moved into the county, and so now he would like to continue serving on the Library Advisory Board as a county resident. All of the current Library Advisory Boards support this appointment, and so I just ask for your approval of this appointment. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Questions from the board? Commissioner Garcia?
Ms. Sanchez, Chairman, Ms. Sanchez Tucker, how many individuals are on this board? And what exactly does the board do?
Sure. There are 7 appointments. There are 5 city appointments and 2 county appointments. And the board serves as in an advisory role to the library, and so they assist with planning and policy development, and just in a general advisory role and advocacy role for the public library. The public library does serve both city and county residents.
Thank you. And it's public libraries, right? Even the library on the south side?
Yes, the south side,
all
the
libraries.
Lafarge branch, and the main branch are all part of the Santa Fe Public Library.
Thank you. And with that, I'd like to make a motion for staff's recommendation.
So we have a motion.
And I'll second with comment. I just want to thank you for the library. I am a regular user of the Lafarge Library, and I love that library. I like that it's small and intimate, and you know, I am grateful that the city continues to keep that library open, and because I know there was some discussion about that in the past, and so I really appreciate that that library is here. Midtown is a very important part of the city, and as the city and the county, we both grow, I think more and more people use all of the library. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. I'm fairly new to my role. I came on board at the end of August, and I'm really hoping to work with both the city and the county to improve library services for both county and city residents. And I think the library has an even greater future, and so hopefully together we can work on building new programs and better services for the entire community.
Great. Thank you for those comments. So we do have a motion by Commissioner Garcia and a second from all the rest of the commissioners.
That's true.
So, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So now we're moving on to our next agenda item, and this is agenda item number 4 under miscellaneous, and it is a resolution approving and accepting the FY 2019 audit. And we have Yvonne Herrera. Welcome, Ms. Herrera.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. We're here today to to present the 2019 financial statements. First of all, I would like to thank all the finance staff and all the other departments, the treasurer's office, the fire. They really, every year that I've been here, they've stepped up to help us get the audit done on time. It's not an easy process, and it's not supposed to be an easy process. We're supposed to prove without a doubt, or with reasonable doubt actually, or reasonableness that the financial statements that we're presenting are accurate and can be relied upon. So per the Section 2.2.2.10 M4, which is the audit rule, we are required to present to the BCC. And there's a new requirement that was started in fiscal year 18 by DFA that the board not only be presented the financial statements, but also accept them. So we have Steve here, Steve Montoya from REDW, who's our external auditors. He will be presenting the results of the audit, and after that, we will stand for any questions, and I'll pass it on to Steve. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Hi, nice to see you.
Yeah, good to see all of you. I'm here on behalf of REDW to present the audit results for the county's audit for June 30th, 2019 for year ended. So the purpose, as Yvonne mentioned, is to provide a summary of our audit results in accordance with the Open Meetings Act. Also similar to Yvonne, is I'd like to express my gratitude for all of their cooperation with us throughout the audit. The finance team, as usual, is very supportive, very helpful throughout our audit process. Also the Housing Authority as well, because our audit includes the federal audit, which includes our audit over at the Housing Authority. So all of the personnel, is we're appreciative of their time and responsiveness in getting us stuff in a timely manner. So we held our exit conference with the county on November 22nd, 2019, and that's prior to us submitting the reports over to OSA. We communicated at that time our audit responsibilities, management responsibilities. I had some other required communications that's as part of the audit, and then discussed the results of our audit. So I'll be going over the majority of that today with you in a more summarized manner. So our audits were conducted in accordance with the U.S. Generally Accepted Auditing Standards, also with the Government Auditing Standards, and the Uniform Guidance, which is the federal requirements. The scope of our audit, it included the financial statements for fiscal year 2019, the federal compliance audit, and then we also had the agreed upon procedures for the real estate assessment report. And so that's called the REACT submission. Our part of our audit, it's the objective of it is to obtain reasonable but not absolute assurance that the financial statements are free of material misstatements. And so, we come out, we do planning, internal control assessments, and then based on those assessments, we look at our analytic procedures to kind of see where the risks would be in the audit. And then we design our audit procedures to detect those risks. But we're not getting 100% assurance. We're not testing every transaction. We're using sample-based audit and then other analytic procedures. So the status of our audit, we're completed with the audit. We've issued unmodified opinions on the financial statements and on the major federal program compliance. So that, is the highest level of assurance, we can give as a auditor. And so that's basically saying that we agree that the financial statements were materially correct. We also have submitted, and the state auditor's office has approved the financial statements. The reports are available on the OSA website. And then also the reports have been submitted to the Federal Audit Clearinghouse within the time frame. And then we've also submitted the REACT report as well for the Housing Authority. So the report, so our audit results, with that, we also do a report on internal controls over financial reporting. So this is, as we're going through and doing our audit, if we come across areas that control matters that we feel should be brought up to those charged with governance or to management, we will report that. We didn't have any material weaknesses identified, and so the material weaknesses would be, the higher level type of control matter. We had no material weaknesses identified during this audit. We had one prior audit finding that was resolved. So that was the account reconciliations, and that was resolved by the management team and by the county. We had one repeat finding, which was over accounts payable cutoff procedures. And that was basically that there was a item in the accounts payable listing that should have been reported in the next fiscal year, so in fiscal year 2020, but it was initially reported in FY19, and so a journal entry was made to correct that. So for the single audit, so that was it for the findings for the financial reporting. The next was our report on the single audit, and we tested with the single audit, we tested the housing voucher cluster program. And so that was the major program tested, and that made up about 50% of the total federal expenditures that the county has. So it's about 2.2 out of the 4.4 million of expenditures. And with that, there was 2 resolved prior audit findings. And then we had no findings identified in current year audit. So the prior audit findings, there was in 2018, there was a payroll, calculation of payroll finding. When we tested payroll this year, we didn't identify any issues. And then last year, there was also a finding related to the REAC report submission for the unaudited financial report. And this year, the report was submitted on time, so we had no finding. Okay, and then as part of our audit, we're also required to report on compliance with the state audit rule. And so we had 4 findings that we reported under the state audit rule. The first was for cash receipts, and this was a repeat from the previous year. We found that 6 out of 25 of the cash receipts tested, the county had not deposited the money into the bank before the close of the next business day. So there's a 24-hour requirement that you would submit the cash. You would deposit that within 24 hours of the next business day. The second was for collateralization. We found that for one of the certificates of deposits, it had exceeded $250,000, and so the total value of the certificate of deposit at year end was $260,000. The federal deposit insurance covers $250,000, and so the remaining amount of that, which was a little over $10,000, that's what would be needing to be covered by FDI or by other pledged collateral. And the state requires that half of that be collateralized, and it was about 5,224 that was uncollateralized at year end. The third finding that we had was for budgeted expenditures. The budgeted expenditures exceeded budgeted revenues in the budget, and so we just recommend that the budget's balanced with revenues equaling expenditures. And then the fourth was related to budgets as well, is that the budget to actuals in the CAFR in the financial statements, that those didn't agree to the budgeted amounts in the DFA system. And so with that, those were the 4 findings that we had. As I mentioned, I don't know if I mentioned earlier that there was 3 other findings from the previous year that were resolved. And so last year we had reported a finding for services under contracts, and we had a finding related to notification of fixed asset dispositions, and also one related to expenditures in excess of budget. Those 3 findings were resolved in 2019, and so we tested those. And everything was cleared in 2019. So with that, the other communications, there's no other matters that are significant to the oversight of the county's financial reporting process that we feel needs to be communicated at this time. We were able to get the representations from management in the form of a written letter, giving us their representations of the financial statements and that we've received all information. And then also our engagement letter describes our responsibilities in accordance with the professional standards, and also discusses independence, which that's, not an issue because we don't, management oversees all of the financial reporting process. And so other than that, I'll open it up, to questions, over any of the matters I've reported, but that was, a brief summary of our audit results. And again, thank management as well and the commission for giving me this time.
Thank you for your presentation, sir. Do we have questions from the board?
No, thank you.
Okay. Are there any action items that, or any kind of action that we need to look at to address any of the findings, Manager Miller, or?
Mr. Chair, I think that we should talk to Vaughn and the treasurer about how we plan to address the findings and make sure we don't have repeat findings. One of the things that we did not get this year at the New Mexico counties was the audit award for large counties, and I think it's because we have some repeat findings. And I'd like to know what our plan is for
I would support that.
Yeah.
getting rid of those.
Okay, that was kind of what I was hoping to hear. We do need to figure out how we can put something in place so that we can eliminate these findings in the future. Commissioner Hanson?
Yeah, I completely agree with Manager Miller. I would like to know, like, how come we went over on the deposits, and how come our budget didn't match? Like, what happened there, and how can we make sure that those two things don't happen again?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, in regards to we had a repeat finding related to accounts payable. 2018 was the first year that we changed our process or enhanced our process to try to record as many transactions for purchases that we made where we received the item or the service by June 30th. So we worked really hard with the departments, trying to explain to them why it was important for them to note when they received the service or when they received the product. This year, we actually cleared a significant portion of that finding from last year. Unfortunately, we did have a miscommunication on the fire apparatus, the resolution that was in the consent agenda today. There was miscommunication as to when those items were actually received. So we processed those transactions as if they were fiscal year 19 expenditures. However, they were received, the items were actually received in July. And unfortunately, without additional knowledge, there's no way for us to have caught that through our normal process. So what ended up happening is when the auditors select their sample to test subsequent disbursements, they questioned, when did we actually get this? And at that time is when we discovered that there was what AP understood was not what was actually occurred or had happened. Those items did not get into county possession until July. So for us, for finance, it's a continuing process of education and communication with departments to ensure they understand why it's important for us to know when we receive the service, and when it comes time to year end, clearly communicating to them our expectations as to what we need from them when it comes time to submitting those invoices, so we know exactly which year those items belong to, and try to then present or prevent this finding from happening. As far as, what was the other?
The second one is
The
cash receipts.
The cash receipts per statute or per section 61054 of the statutes, any state agency receiving any money in cash or by check, draft or otherwise for or on behalf of the state or any agency is required to deposit that within 24 hours. One of the things that I'm not sure about, that this would be countywide. in this particular instance, all of the transactions that were tested were in the treasurer's office. So I'll let him provide any additional information, and I can come back on the back end and provide anything else.
Good afternoon. Some of the cash receipts that were in question, first of all, I had two bank professionals in my office, and I still have one, which is Teresa. This was with Madeline. Some of the receipts that were done there, receipt number 136 was the cash drawer was balanced on Monday at on 7/2. Open for the next business day. They usually open for the next business day at 3:30. At that time, we had two holidays. We had the 4th and the 5th off. So those deposits, the courier never picked them up until that Monday. Receipt 9115 balance the cashier balanced the drawer on 9/17. Opened for the next day on 9/18, and the bank ran the transaction on 9/19. Receipt number 10591, the cashier balanced the drawer on 10/9/18. Open for the next business day of 10/10, and therefore the bank ran the transaction on 10/11. Receipt number 19211, the cash balance drawer on Friday, November 9th, 2018. Open for the next business day on Tuesday, the 11/13. Because Monday 11/12 was a holidays, Veterans Day, the bank ran the transaction on 11/14. Receipt number 85935, the cashier balanced the drawer on 12/10. Open for the next business day of 12/11. Therefore, the bank ran the transaction on 12/12. So those are how that's done. So just so you guys know the process, each cashier will balance about 3 o'clock, 3:30 in the afternoon. And once they're balanced, which typically takes about an hour and a half, depending on how many customers we have that day, once they're balanced, they'll open, like today, they'll open for tomorrow about 4 o'clock. So those people that come in, the stragglers that come in about 4 o'clock, they're getting posted for the next day. But the courier doesn't come, because they're already open for the next day. It would be the following day after that the courier picks up and takes it to the bank.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Hamilton?
So it's just one of those days. So it doesn't seem acceptable to me to say that, well, here's the process. So, because this is then going to always happen, we're going to always have this finding. So what do we need to change? Do we need to add a courier in the morning and have 2 drop-offs or something? So, I mean, I understand the problem. It's totally understandable. We can't keep doing business as usual because it gives us lots of findings. I mean, there were, you read off, I don't know how many receipts, 8 or 10 instances of this happening. So it's a common occurrence. So what do we do to fix it?
Well, there's 3 things that we can either do, which we were supposed to do a long time ago, is get it defined, because actually it's defined. The statute needs to be defined better, because all over it's state treasurer. Well, back in the day, the cash receipts had to be taken to the state treasurer's office. Now they take them to Wells Fargo because that's their fiscal agent. So we needed to get that defined, which we were supposed to do that 2 years ago as an affiliate. It got dropped last year. Or we can either close the office period at 3 o'clock, so they can balance and have that time to balance and then open for the next day, which some of the small counties do that, or pay the staff overtime. Those are the 3 things that I can think of, or have a separate courier to do that. But then we'd have to get under contract to do another pickup and drop off before the banks close.
Is there a 4th option where a staff can take, if there happen to be things left over from between 3 and 5 o'clock, so that they're not in the previous day's deposit? I mean, obviously we don't have whatever it is, 52 weeks times 5, 250 occurrences. It doesn't happen every day. So on days when it does happen, where you have something from the night before, can staff run it over in the morning?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, I don't want to risk any of my personnel's taking a deposit unless you would like to have the sheriff's office come in, take it. That would be another option.
So, Madam Chair. So, does this happen every single year? Or
Just
is
the
it
last 2 years. Just the last 2 years.
Okay, so then what happened before that?
There was never a problem.
Can I make a recommendation? Could we get a small committee that includes people outside of the treasurer's office? So, maybe like you or Teresa from the treasurer's office and somebody, one commissioner and somebody from or let's brainstorm who needs to be on it to try to figure out what some possible solutions are. Because if we're serious about not wanting this finding, and it is kind of a very sort of technical, understandable but unacceptable. I mean, for whatever reason it's unacceptable, we have to try to fix it. And it is, I understand it's an annoyance, and your point about not having, an exposure of staff taking a deposit. But so can we get a small subcommittee to brainstorm some solutions?
Thanks, Commissioner Hamilton. That might be an option, but I'd like to see if Manager Miller has any suggestions.
Good idea.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I would defer to the auditor and Yvonne. I'm guessing this doesn't happen at every other county, that there's a different schedule for deposits or something. I just think it's odd that it seems to now be a chronic finding, and I mean, it's changing the time that the courier comes. I mean, we can't control then when the bank, let's see, even if we had the courier come at 10 a.m., so every single thing from the day before was out of our hands. By 10 a.m. the next morning, if they don't key it into the system, as an auditor, you're still going to say it wasn't deposited on time, correct?
Well, I think if we can see, some type of evidence of when it was,
Given
taken
to the
over
courier.
into custody, yeah. I mean, I think the real risk is, it being, still in the office or still, available there, and that it would be susceptible to theft if it's there. But if it's, we see it, we go by what the transaction date that we're seeing in the bank. But if there's another way, there's some type of documentation that we could see that it's out of the county's hands in responsible party, I think that would satisfy us from our audit. But yeah, it's typical. I mean, this is something that is a lot of times typical in a lot of offices. So I mean, looking at, like Bernalillo County, they have this as a finding as well in theirs. And yeah, definitely understand what Treasurer is saying as well, as far as the statute and the guide. That the state auditor's office, they issued a bulletin. I know that we talked about that last year, but they also issued another one in 2019 that basically says that the way that their interpretation, their guidance is that all entities, are subject to this, and that, from their side is that it presents an opportunity for risk, and so that, any failure on the 24-hour deposit needs to be reported as a finding. And so when we go through this, when we submit our reports over to the state auditor's office, they have to approve for release and to get submitted. So, being that that's their interpretation, that's their guidance on us, so that the independent auditor has to issue the report as a finding. And
so Mr. Chair, what you're saying is that it doesn't really matter what we think the state law says. According to the state audit rule, those are your directives to even be a auditor for a governmental entity, that if you find a deposit that has not been made in 24 hours, you must report it as a finding.
So, yes, Chair, and yes, so the way that the way that their bulletin reads is that they identify that as a risk. And so since it's a risk, you know, we would be, say we issued a, you know, a non-governmental audit, we'd be giving like a management letter comment to management saying, you know, there's a potential risk. You know, with the state audit rule, they say there's no management letters. You have to submit this as a finding, as a risk, and recommend that this be deposited within 24 hours. So even though, you know, if they, you know, the statute, if they get, you know, that language, I think even though that there's debate on the language, the state auditor has made their assessment on that, and that's their guidance to all the independent CPAs here in the state, is to report that as a finding if it's not within 24 hours. Now, but going back to what would be support for us, I mean, I think is we would look at it from the risk standpoint. Okay, so is it out of the county's hands after within 24 hours? And that risk is mitigated. Now it's, you know, it's now in the control of a responsible party. That to us would satisfy that.
Mr. Chair, I mean, I think to brainstorm possible solutions is really critical. So if Manager Miller has some inputs, I just want to say for the record that, you know, something like this, while understandable, to not actively seek and implement a solution is what's unacceptable, and so for the county. And so I'm still thinking that, you know, multiple heads are better than one. Commissioner Hanson and I have been on the audit committee, so some subset of the audit committee that includes one or both of us in the finance department and the manager's office and the treasurer's office, or some expanded group, I think would be a logical group to help to work together for, you know, 1 or 2 meetings and do some investigation into what would be a viable solution that doesn't hamstring the treasurer's office, but definitively, you know, solves this audit finding.
Treasurer Varela, did you have any other?
Yeah, I do. I think many counties, not only ours, are going to have this audit finding until it gets clarified, because this happened with the interim auditor, Johnson. Is it Johnson? I think he's the one that brought it to light, saying, "Oh, it applies to all the municipalities, villages, whatever." But I think there's a lot of confusion because I have a letter from Stephanie Tejas at the Office of the State Auditor, and it goes on about the bulletin. And the last paragraph states, "Lastly, to echo the information detailed in the bulletin," which was explained earlier, "we fully recognize and indeed support the lawful exceptions provided under NMSA 1978, Section 610.3 and Section 610.36.1 that allows for an extension of 5 days and up to 10 days to deposit public money when no suitable banking facility is within its boundaries or when inclement weather or natural disasters conditions exist respectfully." Well, we had a finding, I think it was last year, that was a deposit that came from Edgewood. And a lot of counties are like that. They're rural, or like Santa Fe, we're lucky that we have a city and rural. Bernalillo is pretty much all metropolis, so you know they have a banking facility almost every stop, but Santa Fe County doesn't have those. So we're gonna hit this. I fear that we're gonna hit this roadblock in some condition down the road until there's clarification in statute. And we've had a conversation with Auditor Colon, and he's willing to work with the affiliate to push this forward.
And how much time do you think that'll take? I mean, to like for the process that they're going to go through and with the affiliate to get clarification?
Well, we approved it while I was still chair of the affiliate. We approved it when there was I don't know what happened last year. There was 2 different chairs. I mean, there was a chair that took over. Well, the stuff that got pushed through at the affiliate in Socorro didn't go through, and instead an investment bill was presented instead of all this other stuff that was supposed to have been done, which this, in my opinion, was more important than the investment bill. But because a lot of counties are hitting this roadblock.
So I just want to reiterate, I mean, complete sympathy, but nevertheless, it seems to me it's going to take months, which is going to be most of the rest of our fiscal year, and then the county's going to get a 3rd repeat audit finding. And so I would suggest we move ahead with with figuring out what we have to do, even if it seems to some extent extraordinary effort just for meeting this, that we can then next year maybe not have to do anymore when they get clarification. But if we want to avoid having audits, we have to respond to what's necessary now, and then next year we can change it if it changes.
Okay, I'm okay with us putting together a board that we can explore these ideas and brainstorm. What would who would develop that board? Would that be the finance or?
Mr. Chair, I think if the treasurer would either himself or one of his staff assign someone to work with it, I think one of the members of the audit committee and finance staff, I don't think we need a ton of people on it. I just think it's, what could we do? Because this is a finding that we, as the treasurer said, we're gonna keep having it if we don't actually look for ways to make sure. I know for the departments, for instance, one year we had it because a deposit came from one of the satellite offices for dump permits, but it was past the 24 hours and we got a finding, and so we had to change the procedures at the satellite office to make sure we don't have that. So I think we have to change our procedures or do something to make sure we have documentation to show that those checks or cash are out of our hands. They're either with a armored courier or with the bank within that 24-hour period. We're able to do it. We've done it before. We've not had this finding always. We just are really bumping up against it in the way we're doing our documenting our deposits at the moment. So I'd like to see us, there's no reason, by the way, we should have any of these findings. I think that this county has one of the most stellar finance departments, and our treasurer's office knows their job, and there's just no reason we should have findings. So
it's not
like to
reflective
see,
of our level.
It is not. So
I agree, and I do want to thank you for those comments, because I know that we have a great finance department, and I know that Treasurer Varela does a great job as our Santa Fe County treasurer. So I think if we can put this committee together and then maybe have some sort of update in the next, either the next BCC meeting or the following, so we could see what we've come up with to try and mitigate these issues. Do you have any, how many times do you think you'd have to meet in order to get some sort of resolution? I guess we can
Mr.
still
Chair,
have
I
an
think the
update.
treasurer has something to say.
Yeah.
Oh, Treasurer Brown?
I just want the board to know that we're, I've been trying different methods to, I've been implemented remote data capture, which actually deposits the checks digitally. Well, we're having a roadblock with that because we can't balance right, because they have to be a certain way. It doesn't read the signatures. It doesn't read the cursive line. There's other software out there which does cost a little bit more. It's a scanner software, so it does a handwritten recognition, so it does it a lot better. If it finds a check that cannot be read, it'll stop and you pull it out and you manually key it in. Well, we have those, and we got them from the bank, and I'm actually deploying those at the satellite offices, so they don't have to bring them here anymore. So I'm trying to eliminate that, because they have the time to actually run them and straighten out the checks and make sure there's no folds. But we don't. Our volume in our office is really high. And actually, I saw Gary somewhere sitting here. I'm deploying them at the utilities office over there too, so they don't have to come all the way over here to do that. But it's not working in our office because of our volume. Sometimes we'll have 300 checks in a check drawer, and after they balance, to rescan those, they have to balance the cash and then the checks, and then they have to scan them to send them to the bank. Well, it's not reading this, so it's taking double the amount of time. So it's taking them two to 2.5 hours to balance with the current scanning system that the bank provided us. However, like I said, there are options with bigger, they do cost more, and maybe that's something I'll put into my budget to see if it'll work. But it comes with a handwritten identification program attached to it.
Okay, great option. And
Now, the other finding that I wanted to address was the CD. It's not over collateralized. It's not the amount. We actually have $250,000 cash with that's FDIC. It's the unrealized gains. The reason it's unrealized is because we're in a sinking, as everybody knows, I think everybody's been in my investment committee, we're in a low interest rate. So these high coupons, it's gonna be a high gain. So I actually put the same CD that they were questioned this morning, and it's actually 16,668 in the positive. That's if we would sell it right now, but we're not in the habit of doing that. We're actually getting I think it's a 314 coupon. I bought this about 4 years ago. It's about to be, it's about to mature, but as long as we're in a declining, right now the Fed rate is 150 to 175. So that's how come we have an unrealized gain. But it's just a gain, it's just a number. It doesn't mean that it's actually cash that we have in there that's holding. So when we get our interest gets paid, of course, directly to finance. But it's what you're looking at, what you mentioned earlier, is actually an unrealized gain, and it's unrealized, and it could be a loss. If I would have bought this right now, and the interest environment was at 4, well, we would be at a loss right now. That would probably be about $235,000 CD. But it's where we put our money in, we get the same money out plus what's promised to us in interest.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Hamilton.
So what do you suggest we do about that? Because we're still getting findings. I mean, I understand what you're saying, so what do we do about it?
Educate the auditors?
No,
Because
realistically, what do we do about it?
That is the only, either that or sell it. That's the only thing that we can really do, because it's.
We've done it, haven't we had other investments where we actually made a separate account for the gains so that
But it's an unrealized gain, Mr. Chair, Madam. So there's nothing there, it's just a number. It's what's the market's doing right.
But you can show that in, Yvonne, you look like you're gonna answer my question.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, our understanding when we prepared the schedule that generated the amount that showed the auditors that it was unsecured was that it is a $250,000 CD, but the difference at the time at June 30 was $260,000. That was actually earnings. So that was actually not an unrealized gain, but actual income that we had earned. And because it's being kept in the same account, that's why it's throwing it over the $250,000 FDIC insurance coverage. Now, what the treasurer has here, we'd have to look at it to see why we interpreted the way we did versus how he's interpreting it. But if I don't believe we don't actually mark it, or we don't actually mark the CDs to fair market value because it's at face value. It's just whatever we're earning on that interest during that period. So I'm not sure how to. I would have to look at this statement to understand where the treasurer's coming from,
Right.
to see how we can either resolve the issue or correct our accounting if our accounting is incorrect. But when we looked at it, the face value 250 plus the earnings is what created that uncollateralized amount.
Well, that was my understanding from the audit committee meeting where this was brought forward, and we had this discussion. And the idea of, if I'm not mistaken, of having a separate account to take those earnings so that it resolved the problem was brought up. So if you're gonna go ahead and double check that, I would suggest that might be a good idea, because there's no reason for this to continue if that's a solution.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, that's correct. In some instances, as the treasurer pointed out, some of that income is actually sent to the county on a monthly, quarterly basis, or deposited into into the money market accounts within the investment. And sometimes it's just reinvested.
Right.
And we do have I think we have some CDs where that's the case, where the income is being deposited into a separate account so that it's covered separately under the $250,000 FDIC coverage.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Treasurer Barella?
Mr. Chair, there is two accounts, so it might be just a matter of getting UBS to do two separate accounts, because what they call it is a settlement account. So the interest settles into that settlement account, because it would if it would go back into this account, it would violate their, their standards, the security standards, security exchange standards. So it gets settled into this secondary account that we have. Teresa keeps track of that. But it might have been misconstrued by looking at the statement, looking as one account at that time.
Great, thank you.
Okay, well, I look forward to seeing if we could brainstorm to come up with some resolutions to mitigate this from happening in the future. But I'd like to go ahead and entertain a motion for this resolution approving and accepting the 2019 audit. Commissioner Hanson?
So I would like to accept that motion and accept this audit.
I have a motion. Do I hear a second? Second. Okay, anything else under discussion?
Madam Chair, can we actually add a condition that's subject to the committee being created?
Yes, and I don't know if can I add that motion?
I would keep it separate.
I think it's just.
Ms. Chair, I would do them as separate, only because
Right.
I want to make sure that we send to the state auditor that we accepted the audit, and then if you could make a motion that we set up the committee as well.
So
as a
I
separate
make the
motion.
motion that we accept the audit as presented with all its intricacies.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Moreno. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. And now
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Hamilton?
So I'd like to make the motion, since I suggested that we set up a committee that includes a representative from one of the commissioners from the audit committee, somebody assigned from the treasurer's office, somebody assigned from the finance department, and somebody, if necessary, if desired, optionally somebody from the manager's office to help brainstorm solutions to the remaining audit findings.
Okay, so we have a motion and a great suggestion for Commissioner Hamilton. Do I hear a second?
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Madam Clerk, can I get a resolution number?
Yes, Chair Roy Ball, the resolution that was just passed is Resolution 2020-11. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners.
Congratulations, Yvonne, Mr. Chair, on being our new director, finance director. Congratulations.
Thank you. I really appreciate your confidence in my ability to do that position, or do the position.
I was gonna ask on the memo, it still had interim, so I was gonna ask, but it looked like it was the 17th, so you weren't.
Yes, it was, yeah.
Notified yet. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, congratulations. Okay, next we're gonna move on to item number 4B, and this is a request approval of amendment number 3 to agreement 2017-154, CORRIC, BIA Incorporated, extending the term of additional year, updating electronic monitoring devices, and increasing the compensation, an annual $400,000 for electronic monitoring services for a total contract amount of $1,920,000, exclusive of the NMGRT authorizing the county manager to sign the purchase order. And we have from purchasing Mr. Bill Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bill Taylor, Procurement Manager for the county. We're here to request approval of the amendment that was mentioned and described. This is amendment to the contract for electronic monitoring. The amount of the increase of $400,000 requires board approval. This is electronic monitoring services that we provide Santa Fe County residents as an alternate to incarceration. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Do we have questions from the board? Commissioner Hanson?
So, could you explain a little bit more? Like, why are we increasing this? How do we have more people who are using this service?
If I may, and then I'll turn it over to County Manager Miller, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Hanson. As I mentioned, these are court-ordered. We have been expending approximately the same amount of money over the last 3 years, and the contract now, we've expended approximately $500,000 a year based on those services. We are looking into alternatives, but we haven't gotten there yet in lieu of this. But the court order for those electronic monitoring, the expenditures have been rather consistent over the last 3 years. So I don't necessarily see an increase so much to additional monitors, but the expenditures have been 1.5 million over the last 3 years. And I'll turn it over to Catherine.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, this is a alternative to incarceration. The county started the electronic monitoring program quite a while ago. As a matter of fact, we started it when we had a contractor that ran the detention center, and we paid the contractor for housing Santa Fe County inmates in the jail. And one of the thoughts behind creating the electronic monitoring program is it was an alternative to incarceration, and it was less expensive to have a person on electronic monitoring, and they could also still go to work. They did not need to be incarcerated. So it was considered to be a good alternative for the county, for the individual detainee, for the courts, everything. Over time, we have we took back operating the county jail ourselves, in addition to operating the electronic monitoring ourselves. We do not sentence individuals to electronic monitoring. County does not have the choice as to whether somebody goes into electronic monitoring. That's determined by district court judges and magistrate court judges. What we do have control over is who we have that program with, who our contractor is, and then what type of devices that we offer on that contract. So there are different types of devices. There's just straight GPS. There are devices called SoberLink, which monitor whether or not you are drinking and where you are. But those are more expensive. We had a time where the electronic monitoring was kind of going up exponentially on a monthly basis, but Director Cedillo and I and the electronic monitoring director at the time went to visit with some of the judges, and we just said, you know, having some level of prudency on how many people you put on electronic monitoring would be beneficial, because we were not able to keep up with how much those costs were ramping up on a monthly basis. It has since then, and that was about 3 years ago, leveled off, but the program costs us about $1 million a year between the contract, which is with BI, and that's to provide us the device, and then about $600,000 a year for us to hire staff that are the case managers that make sure individuals who have been sentenced to electronic monitoring comply with the terms of that sentence. Additionally, they can, individuals who are on electronic monitoring can pay a daily fee for being on the electronic monitoring device. However, the judges can waive that fee as well. So the burden of this program, financial burden of this program, does rest with the county. We've had conversations internally as to whether it would make more sense if the courts had their own program, but they don't have funding to do that. So it would require some negotiation with the courts as to whether they wanted to take on and contract for their own electronic monitoring program. You know, the balance is, okay, well, if the county doesn't offer that as an alternative to incarceration, then do those individuals get sentenced to the adult detention facility or not. And I think that's something that would have to be completely studied with the courts and the judges as to whether that's the case. So yes, the costs have gone up over time significantly. However, they have seemed to level off relative to the increases we were seeing previously. And the contract, as Mr. Taylor said, is about the same amount on a monthly basis. And we've even discussed maybe providing only so many devices per court, or whether it would make sense for the county to appropriate funds to the court to run their own program. I think, and then they contract. The biggest challenge for us is literally if we have too many individuals on electronic monitoring, how many cases there are per case manager, and then how much each device costs, and whether those are the expensive devices. And the safety of the individuals who are operating the program and who are in the program.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Manager Miller. Commissioner Hamilton?
So when I read this, and there was information that we've, in the past, we've already spent more or less $1.5 million, and it seemed like that was over 3 years, which meant more or less on average we spend $500,000 a year. And it made me assume, or I then assumed, that this increase was for the coming year, that it's another year's worth of expenditures. And if you looked at so that is still accurate, and it isn't consistent with what you just suggested, Manager Miller, but.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, this is an extension of the contract. So that's the other thing.
Good.
Typically, when we go on an RFP for this or bids, we will award a year with options to renew for 3 years. I think this is our 4th year on this contract. So if you divide it by 4, once you add this year, right, it's about $470,000 a year.
Right.
And that's just the devices. And then, as I said, we spend about another $500,000 to $600,000 a year for staff to manage the individuals on electronic monitoring.
Excellent, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hanson?
With that, I move to approve.
We have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Under discussion, Commissioner Garcia?
I certainly, thank you, Mr. Chairman, I certainly understand the situation, the county, the communities involved in it with this type of ankle bracelet monitoring. Some of the questions I have is there, I think we definitely need to set up some sort of a study session with the judges, because it seems like the district court judges we're paying for it. And they can actually sentence 25 people in ankle monitoring, and we're paying for it. So the cost just keeps rising and rising and rising. I would like to see some sort of a study committee and at least talk to the district judges and let them know, our pockets aren't so deep that we can just pay for something that they're sentencing an individual. And I understand the needs of the community and how it works. But so if we can sit down and talk with the judges and say, when do we call a timeout, or enough's enough, or maybe we need to change the state statute. I don't know. Or possibly, and what type of devices are we buying? Because there's several different types of devices that are out there. There's a device that's a basic device. There's a device that I heard you have to go and get a home phone in order for the device to work. And so is it up to the judge to actually determine what type of device he puts an individual in? Those are just some of the questions I have. And obviously some devices are probably more expensive than others. And data, how does the data, how many people are on it, how many people get off it, does it help any individuals? I would like to see if there's some sort of data out there, but I definitely like to see if we can have some sort of a talk with the judges and see where are we at. So those are just the comments that I have. Thank you.
Thank you for your suggestions, Commissioner Garcia. I'm going to go to Manager Miller. Relative to Commissioner Garcia's request, is there anything that you can suggest?
Mr. Chair, I think it's a good idea. I don't think we visited with the judges recently. I know that Tino Alvarez and Director Cedillo do participate in I don't know the name of the group, but they do actually participate in meetings with the judges, but I don't know that we've had a good conversation recently about electronic monitoring. As I said, a few years ago we did. But it would probably be beneficial to have some conversations and then come back to the board with suggestions if there's alternative ways of providing these services. Not every county, just so you know, does provide electronic monitoring. Most counties do not. We are in, out of the 33, there's probably somewhere between 5 to 10 that provide the service. So it is a service, and it's a service to the courts. And as I said, initially when we started the service, it was the idea was it would also divert people from the detention facility. And I do believe it still does that, but I think it would be beneficial to do some study and provide some information to the board as to, you know, is that what we see, and does it, and is it still a good alternative to incarceration that the county should provide?
Okay, so I think, is the board comfortable with giving that direction to Manager Miller to pursue that type? Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Thank you, Manager Miller. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you.
Okay, our next item on the agenda is actually matters of public concern. If there's anybody from the public that would like to address the board, please come forward. I believe there was a gentleman here earlier, so we'll wait a little bit. Unless he's left. Orlando, would you mind checking to make sure there's not anybody in the back room that needs to address the board? Thank you, sir. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and close matters of public concern, but if somebody does come forward, I'll reopen it a little bit later if somebody does come forward. So I'm gonna go on to presentations, and the next one is item number 6A, and this is an update on 102 grant renovations, and we'll have Mr. Montano and Mr. Olafson and also Mr. Sanchez.
Mr. Chair, and Paul, if you have, if you can make sure that the light is on your microphone. I just realized mine wasn't. And if anybody does speak, if you can move that microphone in front of them so they can pick it up on the radio. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Paul Olafson, Planning Projects Manager. And we do have a PowerPoint presentation, and I'll give a brief introduction. And following the PowerPoint, we also have a very brief video, and that will be our presentation. So I'm here to give you an update on ongoing renovations of our County Administration Building at 102 Grant, which is commonly known as the Old Courthouse. I want to thank Manager Miller and Interim County Manager Schaefer for helping to guide this project with us, and their support in executing this really excellent and exciting work. With me today are Philip Montano and Daniel Sanchez, who are part of the project team. They're also from the county staff that has also been on the team and really helping us get through this all is Tessa Jo Mascarenas and Daniel Fresquez with the County Manager's Office, Bill Taylor with the purchasing, Gary Giron, Public Works Director, Joey Rose, John Tennyson, and Sam Montoya in Finance, along with Melissa Martinez and Adamina Pino in Finance, and Laura Hernandez and Celeste Sanchez with Projects and Facilities, and also David Padilla and his entire crew from Facilities, who have been extremely helpful in helping coordinate all types of activities. Also with us today are Josh Cozio from Janes Corporation, he's over inside, and that's the contractor running the construction project. And also Cameron Erdman and Jennifer Penner with Studio Southwest Architects, and they are on the design team, and they're helping do all the architectural design, and they'll be speaking and giving you the presentation in just a minute. Lastly, we have a brief video, and it'll show a drone flight of the construction work to date. This project is the complete renovation of the historic 1939 Old County Courthouse building. It was a John Gaw Meem designed building. Meem was a very famous Southwest architect, or very renowned Southwest architect, and it was built as a WPA project as well. The renovation includes full renovation of the original building layout, new mechanical, or returning the building to its original layout. I should say new mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems, ADA improvements for modern accessibility requirements, also energy efficiency improvements throughout the building, including repair and replacement of windows to help that building envelope be tighter. We've been coordinating very successfully with the State Historic Preservation Office, specifically Lynette Pilati, who is a historic architect with that office, and we've been working with her on all aspects of the design, demolition, and renovation activities to make sure that we're really honoring the project and the building. I'm sure you've all seen that we are well into the renovation and are nearly complete with the demolition process. The project is moving forward very quickly, and we are hoping to complete the project in early summer. And with that, I would like to ask Cameron and Jennifer to give you a brief overview and a PowerPoint for this project.
Thank you for inviting us here today. Is it on?
Is the light red?
It's on.
It is on?
As long as the light in front of you.
It's on.
It's on. Okay, great. So we're going to give you a little overview of the building, of this beloved building, I must say, here in Santa Fe.
If you don't mind speaking up, that's not magnifying it from here, it's just recording it.
Oh, it is.
So you need
Oh,
to speak to us
okay.
like we're, so you
Gotcha.
need to speak into the
All
mic,
right.
but it doesn't help us at all.
Gotcha. Thank you.
It should.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. So this building is 80 years old, finished 80 years ago. Of course, the design probably started around 82 years ago. John Gaw Meem. Spanish Pueblo Revival style. The courthouse, very unique to New Mexico, eh? From the
You must be going to my pollinator resolution, or
yeah, we're kind of hanging here waiting for something to.
Somehow I don't think we're still pollinators.
So I guess we're having some technical challenges here. There we go.
That looks good. Okay, that looks good.
Okay.
Okay, very good. Here it is. Here it is, our beloved building, 1939 shot. And we're running through a few slides here, historic slides. Then we got some current slides to show you what we're doing, give you an idea of what we're preserving in the building. It is a rehab project. However, we're doing a lot of preservation, a lot of exterior preservation, interior courtyard, chamber preservation, plus miscellaneous other things. So anything that is historic in the building, we are keeping it. We're not taking it away. I guess there was the courtyard addition, which is in itself almost historic, but that is not going to be staying, of course. There on the left, there you see a 1939 photograph of the courtroom. Or, sorry, the courtroom, now the commissioner's chamber.
Was that glass that was behind it?
Oh, that's.
Or was that just tile?
I think it's just a grid. It's a grid. Supposedly it was acoustic tiles or acoustic plaster tiles, evidently.
Okay.
So this room is being preserved as it is now. We're doing a little bit of upgrade. We're doing a new flooring, rearranging the pews a little bit to make it handicap accessible. And then there's other things that are in the works as well. Also some acoustic attenuation, so we can get clear recordings in the room. Then on the right, the 1939 view into the courtyard, the courtyard wall and the courtyard, which we are reconstructing, bringing it back to look as it did back when it was finished. Here, some things change a lot over time, but this building is still there and still looks the same. I guess, I don't know if you remember back when this was, it was a gas station across the street.
79.
Safeway, that's right, it was Safeway.
Is that really on the bike in the front?
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Look at the price of gas.
Just another close-up view down, looking down Sandoval there back in the day, 1979. Keep going. Here, if you look down to the left, you can see the one-story addition there that was built in 75. I guess I'll try and show it there, which is going away. And next here, you see the two-story addition that was added. And this is 1979 photo, which drastically changed the massing of the building and how it appears, and lost a lot of, lost the interior plan of the building. We lost the daylight coming into the corridors and the offices and all that.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Madam.
So there was two additions. There was an addition in 1975 and then in 79.
Then they added a second story in 79. Now, unfortunately, we don't have any drawings. We couldn't find drawings for those additions. So it's been all a discovery, in the building. And now with the demolition going on, now we're discovering what was done, what condition the original courtyard walls are in and what we need to do, to reconstruct them. Now we're actually seeing it firsthand. We had some ideas about what we would find, but we weren't sure until now.
That's exciting.
Oh, well, we just found some things that, the extent of what we need to replace is all. The parapets and roofs above the balconies, above the beams and stacked corbels above there. That's a big effort. The balconies themselves and the new windows and whatnot. But let's move on ahead here. Okay, now we got a series of photos here. We're going to see the building, then we're going to go into the building, and then we'll just show you some things of what we're preserving, keeping. Of course, the building exterior, we're going to keep that. We're right now trying to research to find out what the original stucco color was. It may be very close to what's here now, but we're still looking into that. We're going to be looking at that tomorrow a little bit further. Here you got your front door here. Of course, those will be preserved and stay in place. Currently, all the doors have been removed. They're going to get all new hardware. There'll be refurbishment and new hardware. We are retaining the historic hinges where they exist. And of course, all the woodwork, lintels, everything will stay. Here, this is a view of the. Oh, sorry. On the left there, you see the ceiling in the vestibule, the peeled aspen log ceiling. Of course, that will remain. And then that's the interior doors of the vestibule. Of course, those will stay there as well. Going inside, looking in the corridors are all about preservation. We're going to clean them up a little bit. We're taking out all of the can lights, track lights, all miscellaneous wiring that was attached to the walls, raceway, conduits, all that sort of thing. And so everything will be concealed with the new work. And we are adding some additional lighting to supplement the historic fixtures. The historic fixtures are being refurbished, repaired, and rewired. Okay, moving on. Also, we're preserving all these iconic doorways with the transoms above them. They will remain in place. We managed to work out with the code officials that we could reuse the doors in the building just by replacing the glass with the fire-rated glass. Also there, the test patch, I'm sure you all saw this, where they did the first test patch to find out what the brick was underneath. And so we're looking forward to seeing that brick all exposed to view now.
It's a really beautiful pattern.
Yeah, there was a lot of nice patterning in the main part of the building there. Okay, and then the stairway, of course, the stairways, of course, remain, and those are brick, and those will be cleaned up too to bring the color back. And of course, the murals will stay. The mural above this stair will stay. And then on the right, you see the original balcony doors that were still there, still here. And then we're just going to make additional pairs of doors to match these for the other two balconies. So the doors are gone, no longer exist.
Can I just ask a question about the doors? Are we going to strip the 60 layers of paint off of them?
Off of which?
All the doors, all the layers of paint.
Will they go back to original wood, or will
S-
they
um,
paint it?
Some of them are, there's a few doors that are being stripped, but most of them will just be sort of sanded minimally. We're not really stripping all the doors, no, unfortunately, no. Okay, so here you see, luckily when they did the additions, they preserved the buttresses and the beams and stacked corbels above the balconies. And we're very fortunate that that was kept, which very soon they will be exposed to the exterior again. And then this is the most elaborate chandelier in the building here, hanging in front of the chamber. And also the chamber doors, of course. Those are amazingly beautiful doors, 3 inches thick doors. And the chamber itself, it's going to be retained. The finishes will be retained. However, we're going to put back the painted dado at the bottom of the wall. The painting you see there is not what was originally painted on the walls. And so we're trying to figure out what that original color was as well here. We think we know, but we're going to try to confirm that tomorrow, actually, out here.
Who do you think painted those, that strip around was that originally there? Or
No, that was not originally there. We don't know.
That was actually Jaramillo and a few other guys from Dennis Hernandez's Public Works Department.
Okay.
Okay.
Back in 1993.
93, you think? Okay.
There you go. Good to know.
Okay, here we are. So here we have a few images of the reconstructed, restored courtyard.
Can I ask a question on this slide real quick?
Sure.
You have the corbels out there that are painted blue. Are they actually going to remain? Are they going to be painted blue, or are they going to remain what's there now?
Yeah. We don't really want to touch these. We want to leave these alone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What we're looking at right now is coming up with a paint color that's going to be similar to this. Maybe a little different, but similar is what we're thinking. We have to clear this with SHPO, their historic preservation architect, of course. Okay, so here you see the wall, the courtyard wall. The courtyard wall, these images are not, these are a little bit older, but the courtyard wall is going to look very similar to the original wall. This model here, it has all sharp corners. There are no sharp corners, so they're very difficult to model quickly. So the wall will look very similar to the original wall with the pair of doors entering into, and also lots of nice landscaping.
Quick question, was that exterior staircase original?
Yes, there originally was a staircase there.
There was a staircase there.
Yeah, and they demolished it when they built the addition. I don't know how they did that, because in our view, that was a code violation, not having that stair there.
We're talking about 1975.
Right, so I don't know why, but some way somehow they got away with it. Exiting from the second floor was not as safe as it could have been, I think. So this will bring that back, so we'll have adequate exiting to the exterior. Because the chamber is an assembly space upstairs. Another view in the courtyard. You can see the main entry doors through the courtyard. The only thing missing here is there was a painted dado here between the buttresses that we want to put back, about 3 foot tall across the bottom there. There's also one. It's a painted dado. The bottom of the wall, the very bottom portion of the wall, was painted a different color or a more durable paint to hold up better to people being around it.
Was it like a banco?
Well, there are bancos here.
It's like a
It was just painted different.
Like a wainscot, only painted.
Okay.
It's an Italian, comes from an Italian origin, I believe. But the bancos would be painted the same color here in this case, the two bancos. Again, see the stairway, the walkway, the main walkway centered on the 3 balconies there going in. The walkways, all the walkways in the courtyard and under the portal, east portal, are going to be brick. Excuse me, similar to what you see out here on the street. That's a very, very, very durable material, and it should hold up well. As the concrete, like the concrete at the east portal, is not held up very well, if you recall. Okay, do you want to chime in?
Sure.
Okay, Jennifer's gonna.
So this is our site plan here. We're showing the courtyard here to the north. North is up here. We're showing a new sidewalk along Sandoval Street. It's going to be in the same place it is now. We're just changing it to that Omaha tan color that you have around Santa Fe. We're going to add a brick walkway underneath the portal along Grant there. And then you're gonna see that along Johnson Street, we've actually pulled the sidewalk off of the street. We're just adding that kind of landscape buffer, and it's safer for pedestrians there. Right, and let's see. We're actually taking away any of the coyote fence that you all are accustomed to right now. And we're getting rid of a lot of that mechanical equipment that's located to the west. And we're adding a trash enclosure area and your recycling area, and that'll kind of be tucked away now. I think those were previously just stowed off Johnson Street, right? Let's see. Oh, there will be 2 electric car charging stations. They will be located, if you see it's where it says EV in the parking spaces, that's just outside the west entry there. Let's see. Am I missing anything? Okay. Okay, so here we are on the first floor. A lot of what you see here is systems furniture in each department. We've got HR in the northeast corner. We've got finance, which is taking over the southeast plus middle portion of that suite. We're taking out a lot of the non-load bearing walls, and we're adding that systems furniture in place. And to the southwest, that's purchasing, and they have a conference room. And what you're gonna see along finance and purchasing running from east to west is our ADA solution to the elevator. You'll see that we've taken the elevator out from where it currently sits, where we will now have an exit into the courtyard. We've actually moved the elevator closer to, thank you, Cam. Right, so one thing I want to make sure that everybody knows is we've been working with SHPO regularly and meeting with their office in order to make sure that our design moves here are complementing the historic sanctity of this building. And when we met with SHPO to talk about a solution to navigate those 3 or 4 steps in the split level there on the first floor, we talked about creating a new opening at the foot of the stairs. Where the foot of the stairs right now come together, we're placing an opening in that wall that goes through into finance. Thank you, Paul. So you're actually now going across finance and purchasing, so creating this corridor for that access point. And the northwest corner of the building is conference rooms, break room, and then we're giving the restrooms a touch-up.
Complete renovation.
And are they going to be located together, men and women? I mean, near each other, or
They're exactly where they're
the same place where they? Okay.
Yes, but reconfigured and new finishes.
And
Okay, so on the second floor here, to orient yourself, the chambers is that darker blue off to the left. We've got the legal department to the north, and then to the south we have a large conference room and AV area, plus the staff break room. And this break room, it will have a sink and a fridge, cabinets, tables, and chairs. And then just to the east of that, you see a public lounge. And this is for queuing of people who are waiting to go into the chambers. We worked with SHPO extensively on this particular item as well. And we're all pretty happy about the way this turned out, because the ramp that you see on the first floor happening pretty much the same way here on the second floor, where it passes in front of commissioners and liaisons, but then you see a switch back here that spills them into the corridor. So I could sit here and talk to you guys for hours about how this went, so I'm sorry. Let me move on.
That space offers a great view to the outdoors through the triple doors there in the balcony. So you actually get a nice view from the entry into the chamber up that way.
We have the county manager's office to the northeast, and we have the risk management to the southeast.
And the public information office.
Would you mind pointing to the men's and women's restrooms? So the men's restroom is exactly where it is, and the women's restroom, in order to make way for that elevator that's coming through on the second floor, we've actually busted through the east wall in order to put the stalls, so a little bit bigger bathroom for the women there, that side.
But that's the only bathroom on the second floor?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, do you want to take this part?
Two.
Oh, here. Okay, we're getting there. These elevations are showing the windows we were replacing, or some of them are new, where the windows are gone, a lost to time. And I think there's like 44 windows we're replacing, another 18 that we're putting in new on the building. And of course, they're energy efficient aluminum windows. They're restoration windows to look like the original windows. I don't know if you realized it, but 50%, it was 50-50 on the windows. 50% were wood and 50% were steel sash windows. So the steel sash are still going to look like steel sash. The wood are still going to look like wood. The remaining windows are going to get kind of light touch-up work and repair and cleanup and repainting and sealed closed. These three views are the courtyard walls, rebuilt courtyard walls, and these windows are all new, of course, going back into the existing openings. Some of the openings have been altered. We've got to get them back to their original size and shape.
Will you be able to go out on the balcony?
Yeah, they will be accessible, only though they're going to be locked, and so the public can't just open those and go out.
Right.
It's only if you decide that you want to open the doors, say it's a nice day, you want to open the doors, and then people could actually then go out. So it's up to the building, you guys,
maintenance.
what you want to do with it.
Yeah.
With that. But they will be operable, locked, weather sealed, the doors and all that. So.
I believe they have drone footage.
Yeah, so also I wanted to present a slide, really short. You done?
Okay, I had some figures I wanted to just give you. Had to do with energy efficiency in the building, what we're doing. The mechanical system, which is a variable refrigerant flow system, and then it also has fresh air rooftop units, bring the air in. The refrigerant is, of course, refrigerant piping that brings refrigerant into the various spaces of the building that it produces heat or cooling, whichever you need. And with that system, we're coming up with 33% less energy use than you had before. The building, we're also going to 100% LED lighting throughout the building. And LED uses roughly 30% less energy than fluorescent and 80% less energy than incandescent. We have lighting occupancy sensors and dimming controls throughout the building. I already said this, we're replacing 44 windows with high quality aluminum windows with insulating glass units and low E coating. New hardware and weather seals at all exterior doors. Low water use plumbing fixtures, energy efficient water heater system, and circulation lines, and also the roof. The roof is currently roughly R40 average, and we're maintaining that and repairing that roof and keeping it in its current state, using the same contractor, I believe, that put the roof on 2 years ago, roughly. Also, the landscaping moderate to low water use plants with drip irrigation for all the landscaping.
Okay, so then now we have a video. These are two drone flights that were flown by James to help us document the process. One is January 19th, go ahead and roll, and the next one will be January 20th. So this is the 9th. This is coming from the back parking lot on the east. Actually, a great view. So you can see they've started demo on the second floor. This is the old legal office, basically, and the entrance to land use. Also, as this is going on, as they're demoing the infill, they're also interior in all the different parts of the building, taking out all the fixtures and everything. So this is a full remodel of all mechanical, electrical, plumbing. Now we have the 22nd. Now you can see that more of all that second floor is basically out, and they started to cut into the floor down in the lower corner there. So they're removing that second floor, taking it down. And if you walk by today, there is no second floor.
It's all gone now.
I don't think you can walk by.
You can,
Well,
the Johnson Street sidewalk toward the O'Keefe side.
Oh, okay.
So you
can get through there.
Yeah, but so this is just general cleanup. It's already amazing how much more daylight is in that second floor and first floor hallway with the removal of the additions. PJ, Daniel, do you have anything to add?
That's fun.
So that's it. That's our presentation, and thank you very much.
I want to.
Thank you.
I want to really thank you for doing this. I really want to know what's happening to that building, and so I'm grateful that you came and shared with us how it's moving along and what you're finding and everything. And thank you for working with SHPO and respecting this incredible historic building that we have in this community and taking care of it, because I think it's a really special building, and I really care about it, and I care about history, and I think what we're doing is a great thing. So thank you. I want to thank you all, everybody, all the county staff and contractors and everybody especially, and thank you for coming and sharing with us.
I think I can speak for both of us. We've been developing a lot of love and care for that building. It's almost like our child.
And I'm glad to hear that.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. I'm going to go to Commissioner Garcia and then to Commissioner Hamilton.
Just really quick, thank you for the presentation. Just really quick. In regards to the entire team that actually created this project, because it's been here for a while, and compliments to everybody out there. From Manager Miller to the previous commission as into putting this packet together, and a few others that aren't here that got it off the ground, and just nothing but compliments on this building when you're out there talking to the general public. 10 out of 10 individuals, they haven't even been inside here, or they drive by and they just say, what a beautiful building. But thank you all. Very great compliments that I get out there.
They've been really great.
The entire team out there. And then just a couple questions on page 24. What is a painted wainscot?
Sorry?
What is a painted wainscot?
It's a wainscot.
Oh, wainscot.
Okay, good.
Lower part of the wall.
Thank you.
Historically, it's called dado.
And then also on page 24, the judge's office and library, what is that?
That's legal.
Okay.
In the legal department. And in that space, we've preserved some of the original walls. SHPO wanted to maintain the original library and the judge's quarters so you could see where those were. So we retain those original walls in that space.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton.
Just a quick question. Thank you for the presentation. That was delightful to know. Now that everybody's been into it for a while, is there an ETA for completion?
Yeah.
Right now, our ETA is scheduled for July 4th. We're looking at for the county to actually
Thank you.
So on that note, wasn't it completion for June?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, yes, and we, in our renovation or our demolition process, we've had to do some extra activities to get everything ready, and so that pushed us out a little bit. But we feel it's much better for the project to complete it.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Commissioner Hanson?
So I just wonder, can this presentation that's in our board docs and that you just shared with us, can that go on our website?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner,
I mean,
yes.
just, you know, people from the old Santa Fe Association, they call me. And I think that they would be interested to see what is happening, and, you know, I'm sure they'd love the historic pictures and just see what's happening, because I think a lot of them really care about this building also.
Absolutely.
And that way I can just say, go to the website.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Thank you guys for your presentation. We really appreciate the work you're doing.
Thank you.
Okay, next we're gonna move on to our next presentation, and this is an update and implementation of the Amat Settlement Agreement. And for that, we're going to go to John Dupuy.
Can we warm it up in here?
I was gonna mention that earlier. Hopefully the new HVAC system isn't as loud as this one. That building.
We didn't open it up, did we? I didn't.
I know he was trying, but I don't think he ever got it open.
No, Paul came it out and then because it's so hot in here, but then it kicks in.
The heater.
This thing is very computerized, so it was trying to bring the temperature back up, so they shut it off. But,
Now it's cold.
that's the problem with, opening windows, that's why they won't be able to be opened in the other building.
I should have maybe had a recess because we lost
our quorum.
I know Commissioner Hamilton had to run to the restroom.
So John, Jerry, if when you're talking, you make sure the light is on the microphone so that you won't hear yourself, but it's for the radio.
I guess we're taking a break.
Well, maybe we are now.
We're gonna go ahead and take a short recess and we'll reconvene in about 10 minutes. go ahead and move on to our next agenda item. And this is the update and implementation of the Amok Settlement Agreement. We have John Dupree and Gary. Good morning.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I will present an update that will present the brief refresher on the Amit Settlement and Pocket Basin Regional Water System. I'll highlight recent milestones since our last presentation, and I'll look at upcoming milestones that we're working on to get to the end of the project. This is the most recent map of the regional water system. It starts with a new diversion facility on the Rio Grande. That's to the west and top of the screen there. And it then goes to a new water treatment plant on the Pueblo de San Ildefonso.
So where is that?
That is, if I had a pointer.
Let me get a mouse.
Where it says WTP and there's a white box with WTP inside, just to the
line, kind of
correct. It's near the highway. Right here.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And it transmits treated water through a series of water lines and storage tanks east to Nambe and south to Bishop's Lodge. So through the water lines, it'll go eventually east to Nambe and south to Bishop's Lodge, which is the furthest south. The parties to the settlement and regional water system project are recognized here. It's a significant collaboration of a varied group of partners and very interesting to work with everyone. This is a summary of the construction funding. The county agreed to an additional $4 million to upsize the southern end of the system down to.
So that's not what we were handed out. Here.
My numbers are the same. Oh, no, they're not.
Yeah.
Bottom line, 415.2
Oh.
is 300.
We'll correct the PowerPoint. Our PowerPoint is the upper.
Stop that for now.
So you have the handout. The handout is accurate.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for the catch. It's hard to see behind me. So the county agreed to an additional $4 million to upsize the southern end and defer all but $10 million of county-only distribution lines. The county will construct the deferred distribution after the Bureau of Reclamation conveys the system and demand in the basin requires on our schedule. So I'm going to leave it on one that is actually the same.
Yeah, that's the same.
Good. Some of the recent milestones since we last presented are the well metering order that went into effect. The parties formally approved the 611G agreement. The record of decision was signed, and this was a critical step because it had to be achieved in order to begin construction. And the BOR was able to issue a notice to proceed on limited construction to CDM Smith. So that has occurred. That's a significant milestone. And finally, the county has been negotiating since October to amend their cost-sharing agreement and the county funding agreement. And these efforts continue. On the next slide, we have some of the next steps. And the amended and restated cost sharing and system integration agreement is one that all the parties are a part of and is with a few details to continue working out, but that has to be completed before we can understand what our funding obligations are, and then the cost sharing agreement, the funding agreement can proceed. So that's the amended and restated funding agreement would follow.
So, has this been approved by the 611G agreement? I know it was signed by BOR Director Brenda Berman.
The 611G, Commissioner Hanson, the 611G agreement was completed, and it's signed by everyone, and these agreements need to be consistent with the 611G agreement. So the prior ones need to be updated to be consistent.
Okay. And that's one of the things you're working on.
Correct. Another of the next steps is the cost sharing and funding agreement. It has to be amended to conform to the 611G agreement, as I was just explaining. And we're behind schedule on amendments, but hope to bring them to BCC for consideration in the next few months. And one of the major issues is the state's contribution of $4 million. This is something that allows for customer connections and the expenses associated with that. The parties are pursuing legislative language to resolve the matter. There was confusion as to the existing legislation and specifically if it allowed for the $4 million contribution or not. And the legislature may act to clarify that the $4 million is included. So that's important for us to have additional connections.
Right, does that have to happen in this session?
Yes.
And who's carrying that?
That's something that Ariane is the representative from the state, and she would be addressing how to meet the requirements they need for clear communication. So we all thought, all the other parties thought it was rather clear that the $4 million was to be included, and I think they're just being conservative on their interpretation, but some clarification would then make it clear that it was intended to be included.
Who does the lady work for?
She works for John D. Antonio in the State Engineer's Office. She's the Interstate Stream Commission attorney, I believe.
Thank you.
And is it the state engineer's office that wants clarification?
I'm not completely sure, but that's the representation that's been provided, and that's the best that I understand at the moment.
Okay.
Thank you, Matt. Very much appreciate it. Both agreements need to be signed before reclamation can break ground on construction. So it's a very significant step, and the next step is limited construction. We are hoping to see groundbreaking in March, and BOR will expend $10 million in federal funds and $2.6 million in state funds towards the work at the water intake site. Correct, this March. So the county is expending up to $3 million. We will make one or more payments to BOR for potential acquisition of real property interests. And one major component is of that is the RKM tank site. It's near Bishop's Lodge. It's an important site for the system to work properly. Our process to acquire real estate is more streamlined than theirs. And so we are asking for verification in our funding agreement that it will be allowed to be counted towards the $3 million contribution that we're required to make.
Building the tank.
No, no, Commissioner Hanson, just purchasing the property for the BOR to construct that in the future.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, do we have
Commissioner Garcia.
clarification from BR that they're gonna accept that $3 million in exchange? for what
So
our
we've,
contribution is?
Commissioner Garcia, the previous 2 slides ago, let's see, we mentioned that we have the 2 agreements that we need to complete, the amended and restated funding agreement. That is one of the things that we specifically wanted well explained and streamlined so that we don't have to go through some arduous process to feel comfortable that they're gonna actually accept it. But where we don't know the specific locations of other easements, because we are more streamlined in acquiring them, we do think it's reasonable to take that role on where it makes sense. And when it's not specific, because we don't have all the easement exhibits yet, we would have to do some further legwork to identify and get it approved. So the operating agreement is critical. It sets forth the allocation of operations, maintenance, repair, and replacement costs. These are significant, and I think that all parties involved are very attentive to the impacts of this long-term, and we are working with them to discern a equitable and appropriate allocation method so that we can present to you and make recommendations.
So, Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Hanson?
where are we on the operating agreement? Do we have anything written? Do we have a draft? What?
Commissioner Hanson, we have a consultant hired by the name of Stantec. Their contract includes ushering us through the operating agreement process. There is significant work that has been completed to provide a varied recommendation on all components that should be included in an operating agreement, as well as the required components from the act and settlement. So some of it's specified and some of it's just good practice. So we're considering all of that. We have workshops that we've held, and it is by no means near the end. There's a lot of work to be done, but we have made good progress.
And what's the name of the consultant?
Stantec,
Stantec?
Stantec.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
CDM Smith this is the consultant that provided the design for phase 1, which includes the treatment plant facility. And they have provided corrected OM&R costs for the project. The parties are still digesting the new numbers, but they are significantly higher. There was electricity costs that were utilized that are not what the current electricity costs are, and it was significant, the difference. So that was one of the most significant changes in the corrected costs, but all options to constrain costs and assess the underlying assumptions in the estimate, like some of the employee salaries can be scrutinized a little more. That's normally a large part of a budget, and the number of FTEs associated with what it takes to operate and maintain the facility will be scrutinized as well. But we're hoping that some maybe conservative approach to it can be cut back, and we have something more accurate with what we'll likely experience. And otherwise, it'll be significant cost, and we'll present on that information to you.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Hamilton?
what would the implications, do you think, to the cost to the county and the cost of water if with those higher operational costs?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, I previously presented to you and mentioned that it would be potentially 1,000 customer threshold where we could start having revenues cover expenses. And the difference is that, and that's utilizing our existing rate structure at the utility and the projected costs in the prior cost estimate. That has become a situation where even with all the connections that are existing, or all the intended connections for existing well owners in place, we do not cover the costs associated with delivery to those customers with the current revenue structure that we have at the utility. So ideally, we'd like to keep things simple, and if we can use rate structures that are the same or similar in both basins, then that helps for lots of reasons. But that was the standard that we felt was okay to compare because it had been accepted by the board, at least within the Santa Fe Basin.
So if nothing else changes, and all other things being equal, to break even, the rates would have to go up for this, to cover this?
Correct.
Yeah. Based on current conditions. Based on, exactly, that's what I, just.
And ideally, we want to incentivize connection, right. And if it's not affordable rates, then we won't have customers that then make it more affordable, and that it inevitably entails subsidizing to some extent.
Right.
And I think that's reality of current information.
Right, and so just for the record, I recognize that that's not necessarily what the final word will be. Things are still likely to change as things progress, so.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Are there any other questions from the board? I'd like to ask that we have this update available for the constituents in the MPT basin. I don't know if we can have some copies at the satellite office so that we can keep our constituents informed as to the progress of this system. Thank you. So we're gonna go on to our.
I have, so, the cost. Do we have any way or room to check with BOR and request that they look seriously at their cost?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, honestly, I feel competent in reviewing, at least at a high level, the validity of the costs, and they're definitely not far off, but there is room for some fine tuning. And generally when these are prepared, they're not intended to be perfect. They're generally slightly conservative for good reason. You don't want to under budget or have information provided to you that is lower than what it could be. And some of the operational decisions that we make can help reduce our costs. One of them is bypass pumping on the nanofiltration when it's allowed, and that would be something that we'd have to work towards with our permit and have that feature approved, but it is part of the design and what will be constructed. So that's a cost-saving measure that we intend to employ long-term, as well as concentrating on making connections in the Poake or El Rancho through Poake phase 1 area, because one of the significant costs is electricity, and that's due to the change in elevation over the entire length of the system. And so if we're serving customers at lower elevation, it greatly reduces the cost of pumping. So that can also help to some extent.
So what about, solar electricity? I mean, do we have room to?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, that has been discussed, and we're doing projects at BDD that are an example to follow. And I think that that is a great opportunity to partner with the other members to do in the future, but is not included in the current project. One of the big hurdles would be space. We are on a very confined water treatment plant site, and that's at the request of San Ildefonso, and we're trying to respect that and minimize any footprint that we have in the area.
And is San Ildefonso open to solar?
I think that's a great question, and we're going to explore it. It's a very useful tool to help reduce costs.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Hamilton?
One additional thought might be, where the counties, among many other people, are working to get community solar approved, and that this would be something where now you don't have to put solar just on that site. We could find another site, and it could be, part of the justification would be for this project as a major subscriber. So.
And possibly the Solar Direct program. I don't know how that would fall into this.
It's in the forefront of our minds.
Yes.
We need to find solutions to help reduce those costs.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton and Commissioner Hanson. Okay, so we're gonna move on to our next item, and actually I want to make sure that we do put this information on the county website and that it does go out on my email list for the District 1. So we're going to go on to item number 6C, update on Cañoncito waterline, and then again we have John Dupuy.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I will provide a brief update on two projects. The first is the Cañoncito Regional Water System Improvements Phase 2, and the second is the Cañoncito El Dorado Waterline. The first is for installation of the local regional system for Cañoncito at Apache Canyon Mutual Domestic Water Consumer and Mutual Sewage Works Association. I will refer to them as the association from here on out.
Good thing.
The second provides a new source of supply to Cañoncito, to that new system. We have the overview sheets from the plans to give a general area of the project. So in this slide, the interstate alignment is on the bottom of the page and north is up. These are alignments of the water line along roadways within the Cañoncito community and where water lines will be installed. Today, we received the 100% plans and specs, as well as the updated opinion of probable construction costs. I have what I feel is very good news. I don't believe the county manager has had a moment to hear this yet, but I hope she's happy. Originally, the cost estimate exceeded available funding, and thanks to hard work and creativity from those involved, like David Madrid, who is here with me, and many others, we were able to find cost-saving measures that still achieve the end result, and the current cost estimate is within available funding, and we can begin the bid process. And that's with a 10% contingency. I know. Well, that's why it is the opinion of probable construction cost, not how much it will cost. But we have confidence in our consultant, and We've scrutinized it and they've revised it numerous times because it is very important for us to have this project funded.
And Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I will tell you that there has been a lot of work by staff and stakeholders to be able to have these conversations, so I appreciate it.
We intend to recommend awarding construction in May and the construction complete and project closeout by December. There is a grant deadline requirement that's driving that schedule, and we are on track to meet that requirement. After the association, we'll have a new system. I think it's important to mention that as the association moves forward, it will entail a cost to the customers because they will have to connect to the new infrastructure. Their line that goes to the existing meter, generally beyond the meter is the customer's private line. That will then have to be connected to this new meter that will be installed. So there is some cost to them that the association will work through in getting them transferred over. Also, with that new system, it enables an acquisition to occur with minimal impact in terms of a surcharge to the association members. And that's because it will then meet the county standards and is equitable to a new development that we would otherwise have included in our system through a development process. So we're continuing to work out the details, but that greatly reduces any potential surcharge to those customers. Part of the process will be to present and seek direction from you. These are steps we've taken before with Hyde Park Estates. I envision something similar occurring. Once the closing requirements of the acquisition agreement are complete, then the customers would become county customers, and we'd provide service from the second project that I'm going to elaborate on. Anything that you think should be mentioned regarding the first project, the regional water system?
No, just that the grant funding expires on December 16, 2020. All payments have to be made to contractors. Everything has to be done.
Mr. Chairman, Dave, can you just say your name for the record?
David Madrid, Project Manager, Public Works Department.
Okay, without any questions, I'll move on to the next project. And the second project, Canyoncito El Dorado Waterline, provides a new source of supply to Canyoncito. This was the original intent of the project, and through a good working relationship with the El Dorado Area Water and Sanitation District, we have helped to achieve long-term, or the potential for long-term sustainability for the district. They've had concerns with drought and their long-term water supply availability. And as far as the construction or the plans for construction, we've just completed the 90% plans. It's slightly behind the phase 2 regional system. We meet regularly with the district as well to finalize the terms of a delivery agreement. That delivery agreement is incredibly important. There are a few key terms like the wheeling of water through their system, which has provided for significant savings in our project, as well as a new source of supply for El Dorado. It also allows for water quality concerns to not be as significant, and that's because they would actually consume water that we're providing along that lengthy section of pipe to their system. And then some of the water that would then go to Canyoncito can be blended with groundwater, which doesn't have as significant concerns on disinfection byproducts. So that's helpful in us achieving the appropriate water quality in Canyoncito. So it's a lot of key benefits to working with them to complete it in that way.
Mr. Chair.
Madam Commissioner Hanson?
And how is the water going to taste?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, their water would taste just like the water that I drink every day does. It's the same
It's
source.
gonna taste as good as the BDD water?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Good tasting water is really important.
It is. It's part of the reason why I live in Santa Fe. We currently need additional funding for this project, but we will work with our staff and engineers to allow for construction in part to prevent any delay in seeking the additional funding. This is not one where we can creatively re-approach how we're doing the end result to find the savings. It's too significant of a gap. And hopefully through our efforts in requesting capital outlay funds or other sources of funding, we're confident that we can have the additional funding so that construction can be continuous. So we're prioritizing the connection from El Dorado to Canyoncito. Yes, sir.
I think it's the first slide, right?
How do you start the presentation? Matt, how do you?
See, we're just before the sound bump.
So the water line, maybe I'll give an overview first, starting from where it connects to our utility. And then I'll mention how we prioritize the two sections of the project. It starts with a connection to the existing Santa Fe County system. This is just to the east of Santa Fe Community College and near our 1.5 million gallon storage tank. And that's adjacent to the rail trail. It's shown here with this symbol here and the note here. So this is part of what provides fire flow and pressure on the system. And the new water line will start here along the existing water line and follow the power line to the boundary of El Dorado's district, which is here. Then a short distance to the east.
How many miles is that, or?
I would have to defer to.
You can see the squares. So each one of those squares is a mile.
Each square is.
I can't hear the question.
She asked how many miles that was, and we said each one of those squares is a mile.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I believe that from the point of connection for the Rancho Viejo line to where we meet El Dorado is about 6 miles.
Okay.
And we'll be traveling under the high voltage power lines from the Public Service Company in New Mexico. And we're currently negotiating an encroachment agreement with them.
Okay. How much do they want?
On the house.
On the house?
I believe the last time we asked for an encroachment agreement, they charged us $384.
Okay.
Thank you, David. The new water line will follow the power line, like David said. Once it enters the El Dorado boundary, we'll install a master meter. We're working with them on a easement to locate that master meter and have access. After it is wheeled through their system, it'll then connect near Highway 285 on the east end of their system. And there will be another master meter there to know how much water is then being provided to Canyoncito. It goes north across I-25 to a new booster station that is located at the Hondo Fire Station site. And then it goes east along Old Las Vegas Highway to Canyoncito to connect to the new Canyoncito Regional Water System.
And how many miles is
Phase 2.
that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, that's approximately 7 miles and will connect to a point right in front of the Apache Canyon Church.
Okay.
And that will be the existing association infrastructure system. Yes.
That concludes our update. If you have any questions, I stand for questions.
Do we have any questions from the board? Commissioner Garcia?
Just really quick, to staff, thank you for, I know, I've worked on projects with Dave many, many years ago, and now he's back at the county, which is great, and thank you for working very hard for all the staff and to working in those, negotiating the prices and working with the contractor, because that's where it's at, is with the project managers as into working it, but thank you guys for that.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, along with, considering the cost, one of the issues that has occurred is this project has been rather lengthy. We've planned this project for some period of time, had bond questions on funds to support this project, and the time frame that has elapsed is analogous to what's occurring with the AMIT project, and indexing becomes a significant factor. So just as an example, we have in-depth indexing analysis on the gap in time, and that is a 40% increase. So if it costs $1 million, now it costs 1.4, kind of a thing. That same timeline for AMIT is overlapping with the timeline for this project, and it's seeing a similar effect. So that is one of the main drivers of our shortfall in funding.
Also, really quick, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Dupuy, do we have any idea of how many customers are going to hook up to this line?
There are
or commitments yet?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, we are working with the association. We've identified a total of 108, or is it 108 or 109?
108.
108 association members, and we intend to provide for a connection for all of them.
Commissioner Hamilton or Manager Miller?
Mr. Chair, the only question, John, we talked to our legislative delegation last night, so I'd like to make sure you close the loop with Tessa Joe regarding our request to legislators specifically for this project. If those need to be modified, we should do that.
And also, Mr. Chair, just on that note, if you could just try to get yourself and Tessa to work with the state engineer's office to make sure the definition of that $4 million, because that's what we had to do last year and the prior years also. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions or comments, Commissioner Hamilton?
I just wanted to expand that the direct hookup of people in Canyoncito issue was answered, but even in the immediate, the benefit of this project is actually, in my estimate, bigger than when the project was originally conceived, because it now includes all of El Dorado, and the water issues in El Dorado are massive, and the number of people there is massive. The ability for El Dorado to have conjunctive use, to have the BDD surface water in addition to groundwater, means resting the wells and recharge, and that recharge will not only benefit El Dorado, but areas south. And if you think about it, the area south includes all the way down to La Cienega, where drawdown impacts the lower Santa Fe River, and guess what? The issues there have to do with the city pipeline. So in this case, the foot bone's connected to the ankle bone, and it's a regional impact. And furthermore, there are so many more customers in surrounding Canyoncito that aren't currently hooked up. But communities, I have to tell you, huge numbers of people have talked to me about, well, now that the water is right here in Canyoncito, and there are a lot of water quality problems there, can we hook up? And in fact, they could. It would be future projects, but the communities can get together and go to the Water Trust Board to get distribution infrastructure and then hook up. So this opens a gateway for a lot of additional public benefit, you know, so there's immediate benefit and then, you know, future potential benefit to communities that are currently not served, so.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I know that this, the Canyon Cito Water Project has been on the books for a very long time. I mean, I can't think of how long, but I can remember way before I was involved in the county commission, so it's a good thing that we're moving forward with this.
Thank you,
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Hanson. Commissioner Moreno?
Thank you. When I moved here 25 years or so, there was a myth that El Dorado had millions and millions of water under the ground. And myths die hard. But in recent times, it came to a reckoning, and it'll recharge the existing fractures and all that, and sharing of the water. I think that's a really neat way to build consensus for projects, and I'm happy to see it too. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Moreno. Are there any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you guys for your presentation.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Okay, we're gonna go on to item number 7. It's our next agenda item. It's miscellaneous updates from our county manager.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, the only updates I have today are relative to the legislative session, which Tessa Joe is here to help with that. And I don't know if we can get the projection in the screen lifted, but Tessa, I don't know if you would like to give an update where we are so far relative to the session, and then I can talk about the list of bills if you'd like.
And I believe Hutchie Miller's on his way as well. So just to get started, we are 6 days into the legislative session. Today, they're already starting to hear some pretty controversial bills. A new process that we have instituted here at the county is any bills that there may be interest in or may be county related, we are taking those bills and sending them to the elected officials or the department heads for analysis so that we know what effect they'll have specifically on the county. Sometimes we'll rely on the FIRs that the Legislative Finance Committee does or anything like that, but they're not necessarily specifically county related. So Catherine will at any time know what bill, and when you contact the legislative team, we'll know what bill and we'll have an analysis of it. That's the plan. We're still kind of working it out, but the department heads have been really supportive in that.
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, also, and Hutch has provided a report to you relative to legislation by the numbers. Just a reminder on the legislature dates, the opening day was January 21st. The deadline for introduction of bills is February 5th. And the session ends February 20th at noon. March 11th is the date for legislation for the governor to act on legislation up until that date, and any legislation not acted on prior to that date is considered pocket vetoed. And then May 20th of 2020 is the effective date of legislation that's not a general appropriation bill or a bill carrying an emergency clause or other specified date. So those are just some general dates and rules. I don't know, Hutch, would you like to go through the rest of the report relative to legislation by the numbers and the agenda items?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Commission. How I have this report set up is very basic. We went through, Manager Miller went through the dates, and then the next item on that page 1 was just to look at the amount of legislation that's in place. So not a colossal amount of legislation in place right now. 505 bills, and then one has been gone through both houses and signed by the governor, and that's the feed bill. That's to pay all the workers there at the Capitol that are working during the session right now. So things are still going off fairly slowly, as expected with any legislative session. And the remainder of the report starts on page 2, and that goes over the agenda items that the governor has in place. And right there at the top, it shows you that her main items are education, the economy, public safety, health, and the environment. And so you can take a look through those particular categories and see actually the specific pieces of legislation that she has in place for those particular items. And so these items here are more or less the main items that are going to be focused on and what she's trying to get pushed through for the session and for her agenda, and overall for her different departments that she's in charge of. So she's wanting to take care of these items first and foremost. I don't know if you wanted me to go through those individually, or if you want to take a look and see.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hanson?
So these are her initiatives, not the county's.
That's correct.
Right. So if we wanted to lobby for any of these, then we need to tell you that we would agree with this?
Unless it's not in line with one of the other resolutions that you have in place right now. I think anything budget worthy or along the lines of capital outlay funding, that type of thing, that's going to be already included within her call, which is going to be included on the agenda. So it's going to be heard because it's germane to the topics of the session. Was there anything in particular that you were wanting to know about that may be not on her agenda right now?
And Mr. Chair, Commissioner, I might be able to add to what Mr. Miller said, and that is that the only things that the county commission has passed resolutions on for us to lobby on behalf of were those items that we had in your packets last night at our legislative reception. That was a resolution supporting the Association of Counties or New Mexico Counties initiatives, which were additional funding for EMS, transportation, for inmate transportation, also detention costs, as well as additional funding for Human Services Department for individuals with behavioral health issues. Those were all budget initiatives, most of those in House Bill 2. The other initiatives that the commission supported were also parasolvency. That was another one of the New Mexico County's resolutions, the food, fresh foods for schools and seniors, and also the board passed resolution supporting the Mortgage Finance Authority initiatives and supporting affordable housing initiatives and the Boys and Girls Club. And then the other resolution that the board has passed that gives us direction is to make sure that we protect and lobby against any bills that would negatively impact county revenues. So those are the resolutions that have been passed by the county commission that give us direction as to how to lobby on any bills that might be introduced relative to those subjects. Anything else that's on the governor's agenda, so for instance, there is a parasolvency bill, that would be one that we would review and make sure it's in line with what the resolution that the board passed, and then take a position for or against, or partially for or partially against, depending on if there was something in the parasolvency bill that negatively impacted counties. Otherwise, I do not believe that we have taken, or the board has taken, any position on these other pieces of legislation or governor's priorities. And so if you wanted us to follow the bills or stand in support or in opposition to any bills at any hearings, we would need you to give us some direction to that effect today.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to start at the back of the call. So on the environment, I would think that we would want to support the solar tax credit and the electrical vehicle tax credit and the community energy efficiency block grant bills that are being introduced. I have been over to the legislature about this IRB authority for transmission lines, but one of the things that I spoke with Representative McQueen about is that, like, we're okay with that bill because we have zoning. The problem is that many of the other counties throughout the state do not have the kind of zoning rules that we have, and so it needs to have zoning put in that bill that counties have some say about where these transmission lines go. So there is a little caveat there that needs to be worked out. It is not a bad bill in the fact that it does allow us to get PILT money. So we could get payment in lieu of taxes for any transmission line in the county. And so it's fine for us because we have good zoning ordinances. It's not good for some place that has no zoning ordinance like Guadalupe County, or, you know, so that needs to be worked out. So that's what I would say about that bill. But if the commission would support me in the solar tax credit, the electric vehicle tax credit, and the community energy efficiency block grant, I would make a motion to support those.
I would second that.
Okay, we have a motion and support and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, is there anything under discussion? Okay, all those opposed, same sign, motion carries unanimously. Commissioner Hanson, you have something else?
Yeah, I do. I know that, I know she has this recreational cannabis bill on the call. There is another recreational cannabis bill supported by, it's a Senate Bill 115, I believe.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And that is brought by Senator Pino.
Ortiz y Pino.
Ortiz y Pino, yeah. So I think that that's actually a better bill. But I don't know how the commission feels about that. I definitely support that. I will stand by myself and support.
No, I strongly support that.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion that we analyze those bills and see which one is the best, but I think that we need to look at them and make sure that we're protecting the county. And you know, possibly a discussion with the sheriff, because I do feel like he does have to enforce this. But I would like to make a move that we support recreational cannabis and that we look at the bills.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner-
I did want to point out that the sheriff was here earlier. He had to leave. He did want to speak to this issue, so I just want to let you know that he was here. He was hoping to get to stay long enough to just talk to the commission about any implications relative to legalizing cannabis, but he had to leave. So I just want that on the record.
That's why I included the sheriff in this discussion, because I do want to be respectful of him.
Mr. Chairman.
I agree, Mr. Chair.
I'll go to Commissioner Hamilton and then to Commissioner Garcia.
And I just want to add, though, that since this is, you included in the motion analysis, there is opportunity for including those kinds of questions. I still feel like I would very much like to move forward with the motion.
Okay, thank you.
And so, just so we're clear, I want to make sure, I think that Commissioner Hanson, when she made the motion, said in support of,
yes,
of, not to review the two different bills, but to actually support the effort of legalizing marijuana. Is that correct? Okay,
My understanding.
Commissioner Garcia?
Mr. Chair, I did speak with the sheriff and also the Association of Counties Legislative Conference. The sheriff's affiliate actually had a meeting to discuss the governor's proposal as to legalizing marijuana. And according to the sheriff's affiliate, there's still many unanswered questions as into how much money is it going to bring in, where's the money going to go, what are the safety precautions, is it going to increase drug activity, what happens at the schools. And so the sheriff's affiliate just felt that they couldn't at this time support it because it's just there's too many unanswered questions. And so the question that I have is, there's a motion on the floor as in to analyze the bill, or is there a question to actually support legalization?
That was actually the clarifying question I had asked earlier, and I believe that it was in support of legalizing it. Is that correct, Commissioner Hanson?
That is correct.
That's correct.
Okay.
So at this time, I'd just like to make it for the record, I think the bill is too premature as into what the state of New Mexico actually needs, and there are many questions that need to be answered in regarding the legalizations of recreational marijuana, and so I cannot support this.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Under discussion, Commissioner Moreno?
Yeah, I attended, I think, I attended to the presentation on the, at the Association of Counties. Were you there?
Yes, I was.
Yeah. I came away with a pretty kind of a mixed bag of issues. But this is going to be a step in the road. It's other states have gone through this. They have experience. Michigan, Colorado, Oregon. A lot of states are joining, and pretty soon it's going to be ubiquitous. I'm sure, but there's a lot of good information for us to to just mull it over. It's gonna be a slow walk.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Moreno.
Mr. Chair, that is part of the reason why I asked that we analyze these bills and look at them, not just jump in, but take the time to, and see what the impacts to the county are, and talk to the sheriff. But I'm gonna stand with my motion.
Okay, so we do have a motion and a second, and I think at this time, I know without input from our county sheriff, which is really vital, I won't support this at this time either, but we'll go ahead and call for the vote. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 3-2.
Mr. Chair, relative to those, before any staff would stand in a hearing in support of specific legislation, we would respectfully want to analyze for sure at least House Bill 160 and Senate Bill 150 and provide some information back to the board and get your direction as to whether there are parts of the bill that we should stand in support of and others that we should oppose.
But I tried to include that in the motion.
Okay, thanks.
That's actually, Mr. Chair, that's actually a very good point, because as a previous staff and as Ms. Miller knows, you know, the county commission or anybody can be in favor or against a bill, and before you know it, from one committee to the other committee, it changes the whole entire bill. So I think that's actually a good point, just for
And that's
the.
why I said that in the motion.
I'm just saying that for any other bill also, though, just keep that in mind, as we know that, but sometimes that bill can change from one point to another point, but thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Okay,
There's a number of bills. I have a list that I gave to Sarah, but I'll.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I was just trying to make sure we got through this list first.
Okay, so I know there are other bills on this, on the call for the, from the governor, but I know that there's Hutch and there's Tessa Joe and and Catherine, so I don't want to see you standing all day in rooms. But if there is anything else on this list that my fellow commissioners think is important for us to, you know, I could go like increase penalties for human trafficking is definitely an important bill. You know, there's sex offender registration, but you know, I think that there's people who are standing on those bills, so I don't know how the commission feels about some of those.
I'm sorry, I missed the one you just mentioned.
I mentioned the increased penalty for human trafficking.
I heard that.
And then sex offender registration requirements, which I think are both important bills. And the sex offender registration requirement is offered by Representative McQueen. And I know that he does a pretty thorough job of presenting a bill. So I would move to support those. This is my other list. I'm still on the governor's list.
Okay.
So I would move to that we stand in support of those two bills. That's the increased penalty for human trafficking and sex offender registration requirement.
Yeah, how much is adding, because many of these bills are really good, are potentially really good. I was, there were those, the ones we've acted on, the ones I felt would have the most impact. When are we gonna run out of staff, you know,
Right, I
scope
agree with
to,
you on that.
and I
Right.
think some of these are fairly well moving on their own.
I hope so.
Potentially. But can you give us, I mean, if we add every single bill that they're considering, we're never gonna be able to really meet that in terms of watching out for counties, the counties, analyzing the county's cost and benefit or pros and cons from the county's point of view. I'm afraid we just won't have time for all of that.
Mr. Chairman, just on that note, Commissioner Hanson, I agree with you 99% because it's difficult for staff to follow all of these bills, and they're great bills. They're great bills, and yeah, they all are great bills. And I think we should actually kind of stick to the resolution that we passed in supporting the New Mexico counties, because New Mexico counties does look out for the entire counties throughout the state, and the ones that we adopt, such as the one that we just adopted a few minutes ago, because like I said, these are great bills. Just reading the titles of them, they're good, and they're at the round. They have 22 days left, and that time's just flying by. So a lot of this stuff it's almost like, in my opinion, they kind of have their mind set up as to what they're going to pass with. But these are great, and always keep in mind that we can go there as a county commissioner and say, on behalf of myself and on behalf of the entire county commission, I support or I don't support this bill.
Okay,
So there's always that option as well.
Since I didn't get a second on those two bills, I'll drop it, but I do want us to support the community solar bill, because I feel like that is something that we are doing with the Coalition of Sustainable Communities, and that is something that is germane and important to this county, along with other things that we're doing.
Point of clarification, because I strongly agree, but my understanding was the community solar bill wasn't on the call and wasn't going to be heard this session.
Well, Speaker Egoff has brought it up, and he mentioned it today at the Roundhouse this morning, and it's having its first hearing.
I didn't know that. Well, I would happily second the motion.
Huh?
So we have a
Mr.
motion
Chair,
and a second. Manager Miller?
I was just asking, is the first hearing in rules to see if it's germane?
I don't know where it's being heard. He just said it was being heard.
Well,
Okay.
I think supporting community solar is incredibly important, so if we could at least follow it and analyze that.
I can look it up.
Do you have a bill number?
Well, I have two bill numbers. I have 143, but I think it's House Bill 9 is what it is. It's House Bill 9. Because him and the executive director from the Coalition of Sustainable Communities just worked on it over the weekend. So I would say that House Bill 9 is the bill that we want to support.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second under discussion. Do we have anything else under discussion? I do want to point out that, and I think I brought this up before, is I think that we need to work on the process for our constituents to get their permits through the county. I know that I think it's a little bit harder than what it needs to be. So that's still something, if this legislation does pass, I think we still need to work on as a county.
I agree with you, Commissioner Roybal, and that was why I got at least the Soul Smart Bronze Award, but my goal is to get the Soul Smart Gold Award, so we have it really easy for people. And, Las Cruces has gotten gold with the Soul Smart, so there is an example there to follow.
Another good goal.
Okay.
Manager Miller, you had your hand up?
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to say that since you brought up the solar requirements in our code, Penny is, I've met with her a couple of times about what we're doing to streamline that process, regardless of the community solar bill. It will happen.
Great, thank you for that.
Okay. Did you find House Bill 9?
Yes, it is actually scheduled for House Energy, Environment, and Natural Resources Committee at 8 a.m. on the 30th.
Thursday.
On the 30th.
Yes.
Thank you.
So I would
And it
like
was
to,
ruled germane
that's
by
the
the
motion I'm making to support that.
And I'm seconding it.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
we
it was
have a
found
motion
germane
and
by
a
Speaker
second.
Eagle.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
At 8 a.m.
So, Mr. Chair, I just want to make sure that the one that you would like us to track and stand in support of is House Bill 9,
Correct.
not Senate Bill 143.
No, House Bill 9 is the one that, I've gotten the word on.
Okay.
Okay.
And we might have to follow it, the numbers might get changed, and, you know, especially if it goes to conference, and the number, it might go over to the Senate, and something else might happen.
Mr. Chair, so that's everything so just to try to keep on track. So that was what, we handed this out, see if there was anything in there. The second list you just were handed out is a spreadsheet. These are bills that Commissioner Henson requested that we do a bill analysis on. We're in the process of, staff is in the process of doing that right now. A lot of them don't even have bill analysis yet from anyone on the legislative side. Staff has turned in about 8 or 9 of those so far. And if you have any questions on any of those, if I actually have an analysis done, I can answer it. Otherwise, I would just be able to more or less give you the title of it and the general information about it.
I know that you already live at the Roundhouse Hutch, and but I do think that a lot of these bills that we do have analysis on are important. I don't know how germane they are going to be to the county, but you know, like as somebody who gets Social Security, you know, I think that having income tax on it is wrong. You know?
Well, that's kind of
Yeah, and I think that there are bills in that does affect the health and welfare of our constituents in the county, considering that we have an aging population. And so that is definitely one bill that I would like us to stand in support of. And
I'm sorry, what bill was that again?
it's
on your list.
It's House Bill
House Bill
29.
29.
I make a motion to support
So
that.
where is that?
House Bill 29,
Oh,
it's
thank
on
you,
this
thank you,
list.
thank you.
Social Security income tax exemption.
I'll second.
Oh,
And it's no impact to the county.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Anything else under discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
I also would like to support House Bill H8, which is electric generation facility economic district. It's in the Public Works Finance, Growth Management and Sustainable. We've done an analysis and there's no impact to the county. It's House Bill 8.
is it actually
On
listed
the
here?
top, the first one.
Oh, thank.
So I make a motion that we support that.
I'll second.
Yeah.
So we have a motion and a second. Anything else under discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Commissioner Hanson, you still have the floor.
And
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Manager
just to
Miller?
point out, I did want to let you know that is one of the ones on the governor's list of priorities. It's on page 3, Electric Generating Facility Economic District Act, House Bill 8, Representative Lundstrom, so.
So we already passed that, I'm sorry.
No, I don't, you
No,
didn't,
yeah.
I just wanted you to know there's a little
Yeah, go ahead.
summary of what it was on there. You passed the ones on environment for their,
Solar tax credit and electric vehicle tax credit. Oh, okay. So I missed that one.
was in it, it's economic.
I don't know, I think you would want, Chair Roybal, you probably would want to support SB 8, complete count in 2020 census,
Is that SB 4?
yeah, SB 4.
Okay. Yes.
So I want to make a motion to support a complete count in 2020 census.
I'll second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Okay, I'm gonna give up the floor.
Okay. Is there any other commissioners that have, I think that went over most of the ones that I wanted to
Yes.
score as well.
And me as well.
Commissioner Garcia, any additional?
Good.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, thank you. Are you all done with all that? Because I want to bring
Yes.
something up. Okay. First of all, I want to thank the staff for doing this. I think this is going to be great if we can do the analysis and see if there's any impact. But I want to bring to your attention the board on House, the handout that states House January 28, 2020. I want to share with you some of my experience historically working in the clerk's office. If you look at House Bill 216 on the last page, in the back, it's absence of a probate judge provides that in the absence or incapacity of a probate judge from another county may act in the absent.
Okay, the number again.
House Bill
216.
216.
Okay.
Last page on the top.
Okay, thank you.
Judges stead with approval by the Board of the County Commissioners of the absent judges county. The affected county is to reimburse the acting probate judge for per diem and mileage. Historically, the way we've done this, and I'm speaking as the clerk, not as the probate judge, as our probate judge, is that when this happens, and when it's happened in the past, a district judge has been appointed to handle the duties of the probate judge, which I think the district judge is more familiar with Santa Fe County, and I think the fiscal impact would be the county, if this was enacted, the county would have to reimburse for per diem and mileage, which I don't think is necessary when a district judge can be appointed to do this work. And then also with House Bill 229, I don't know if there's any fiscal impact in this one, but I'm gonna check it out. I look forward to doing that, okay? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Any questions from the board? Comments?
Do you want us to stand against this absence of the project judge? Because
Chair and Commissioner, I wanted to provide you this information because if you looked at this, you would think that we had no other alternatives, and we do, based on my experience, the many years that I've been in the clerk's office. So that is a fiscal impact, and I'm familiar with a district judge being appointed to do these duties in case if a judge went on vacation, a county probate judge went on vacation or was sick, any issues that come up, that could happen where a district judge is appointed.
Okay, so.
Madam Manager, I don't know, it seems like it would have an impact, so should we stand against it? Or I mean, you know, these small counties, I also have to think about the small counties. Don't they have a district, all of them don't have district judges available, you know?
Chair Roybal, Commissioner Hanson, I would like to hear from Greg, who is a former district judge, and what he remembers, if he remembers any of this or what. I believe all areas in New Mexico have district judges. Like we are the first judicial district.
Right.
Court.
Madam, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, yes, that's correct. The entire state is divided up into judicial districts, so there is a district court judge, if not physically housed, one that has responsibility for every county in the state.
And how many district judges do we have? How many districts?
I want to say that there are 13.
Okay. So I think it's something that needs to be analyzed. Manager Miller?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I have not had a chance to look at this bill. I know there's been conversation at the New Mexico counties about whether counties could opt out of having probate judge and have district court do it. That was a bill, I think, that was past, I think that, there's, this is an option I think some of the smaller counties have, looked for, but without actually reading it, I couldn't tell you whether it's, and I would actually defer to, the clerk as to whether she thinks it would be a cost in the county if that were to happen. Otherwise, I think we need to, analyze it and provide you back with some information.
Chair Roy Ball, Commissioner Hanson, yes, and that's what I just wanted you to be aware, what I am familiar with, what's happened in the past when the probate judges, county probate judge is not available to district court. And years ago, I can also remember being in the office one time, the probate judge appointed the county clerk to be the probate judge, which I personally have no interest. But I know a former county clerk while I've been in the office was the acting probate judge in the absence of. So there are resources, there are ways for this to happen, to cover this kind of issue. So I just want you to be aware of that. If we're looking at fiscal impact, there would be, if this should pass.
Okay, and I mean, just to state for the record, I wanna, say that I agree with the county clerk wholeheartedly, because I think that a district judge would be better to cover our area than, or any counties for that matter. It would be better and more feasible to do it that way. So I would agree. Commissioner Hamilton, did you have a comment as well?
Not on this. I actually had a question on two other bills, wondering if the county's already following them.
Okay, so Manager Miller, would we have time for you to kind of see what the impact analysis for the bill that our county clerk has brought her concerns up for? Or
Mr. Chair, I think the biggest challenge is, like I said, we have a 30-day session, so I think we're
next.
I think
don't even have, what was the last day of the session, Hachi?
I'm afraid you're
February 21st.
So we have one more,
one more BCC.
we have another board meeting in between, I think on the 12th, is it? 10th? Look at my calendar, hold on one sec.
I think I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion
On the 11th,
for us
so
to.
we would have an opportunity to come back to you, on the 11th with a recommendation.
Okay, we'll wait till the 11th then, but I think that I want to thank the county clerk for bringing this to our attention. Appreciate
thank
it. Okay, so
Yeah, let me ask you
Commissioner
at least
Hamilton?
one others, because the sensitivity about overwhelming staff, but if you, on the next, the front side of the last page, so the next to the last page, House Bill 191, the Fire Protection Grant Fund increases and uses.
What are you on?
So the House bills,
Okay.
of the same, just the page before what we were just looking at with the clerk. So it's in the very middle of the page, House Bill 191. And so my question is, the fire fund, this could potentially really impact the county. I have not looked into it, so I'm speaking from a little bit of influence, but looking at this, I mean, this could be valuable, but there could be some pitfalls. I just wonder if the county's looked at this. I would like to suggest maybe we do.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, just by looking at the title of it, it could potentially negatively impact Santa Fe County if they are taking from the Fire Protection Fund, which we currently get a distribution from, and then moving it to the grant fund where you actually apply for grants versus distributions directly to your fire districts. And if it's going to give priority to underserved areas, if they don't consider Santa Fe County an underserved area, it could, I don't know, we have to look at it more, but we can definitely do an analysis of it and see whether it's worded in such a way that it would take away from the distribution we currently receive.
Right, thank you. I think that would be the biggest one. I mean, the other one that caught my eye is the very last one on this, the next page. It's listed as Senate Bill 148, the Water Trust Fund appropriation. When I first saw this go by, I thought that was sort of a bill that's been around, you know, a standard thing, the water, you know, reauthorizing and putting money into the water trust fund, which the water trust board distributes, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm
What
thinking.
number are you on?
At the very bottom one, it says, no, on the House, it says House, but it's still listed as Senate Bill 148, probably because of where it is, right? So if that's a pretty pro forma bill, I wouldn't spend any time on it. I'd rather be concerned with the fire bill, the fire protection bill if we're gonna be negatively impacted, so.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, I can't tell, I just tried pulling it up. I can't tell if this is their regular, allocation for water, for the Water Trust Board, or if this is a bill that's additional to allocations that go from, severance tax to the Water Trust Fund.
Okay.
So,
Would you have
and there
concerns?
isn't an analysis, in the, on the, website, so we'll need to take a look at that one as well for you.
Okay, well, thank you, because like, I wouldn't want, you know, that resource to be all of a sudden disappear for Santa Fe communities, but I didn't.
Actually, I apologize, I just noticed it says, general fund non-reverting, so it may be in addition to, it might be a
Okay.
bill, looking at appropriating, general fund to the Water Trust Fund. I don't know, we'll have to look.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton, Hamilton.
Whichever.
Yeah.
We
Okay,
both
so-
will
If you
answer.
just go Commissioner H and it doesn't matter who you're looking at. It'll
Any
work.
other comments from the commissioners?
I
Besides
want
those ones?
to, yeah, may I just say, thank you to Tessa and Hutch for, working over at the legislature, and to Catherine and to all of us. I'll be over there as much as I can and, standing where I can, when I can. So, but I'm grateful to you also being there.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're gonna move on to item number 7C, presentation and request for preliminary direction concerning potential youth development program closure.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, actually Greg, reminded me of something, and I was doing some research on it, so but it is under the legislative item before we go to the, next item, and that was, I have way too many binders today. This is on, it's House Bill 128, and it's a procurement, code bill that was introduced, and I'm trying to find out what the, whether it's gonna be rule germane, but this is a, bill that would amend the procurement code to remove local public bodies' authority to procure multiple, indefinite quantity architectural and engineering services. Currently, the way the law reads, it allows for the state agencies and local public bodies to do so. And this bill just removes local public bodies. That would be a negative impact to Santa Fe County because we do have on-call services for architectural and engineering services, and we do an RFP, but we award multiple contracts so that during the construction season in particular, if we have issues where we need an architect or an engineer, particularly on some of our road projects, to quickly get on board so that we can move forward a project during the construction season. We use those services. I can't say that we use millions of dollars worth, but we definitely bring those, we do solicitations, we do evaluations, and we bring those to the board to award those contracts, and we do use them. So I would respectfully request that the board authorize us to stand in opposition of this bill if it is ruled germane.
So I move that we stand in opposition.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Well, thank Greg for reminding me, because Bill actually did an analysis, sent me an email, and I just didn't.
Why did you do that?
Was not with my other sheets of paper, so thank you for that.
Okay. So
And
now
there's so
we're-
many bills that we, Mr. Chair, there's so many bills that we could stand against also. I know we have limited staff, so ones that affect the county are the ones I think we have to stand for.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Okay, so now we're gonna move on to item number 7C, presentation and request for preliminary direction concerning potential youth development program closure.
Mr. Chair, I'll go ahead and start on this, but I also am requesting that Director Cedillo join us, and I think he's down at the other end of the hall. In your packet is a...
Do you think we could turn up the heat?
They did turn it up. I think you need to open the doors in here, because if you go outside of here, one of the problems with this building, if you open a door, why none of the windows open is it's pressurized, and there's a balance to, and that's the reason the blowers went on so loud before.
Okay.
So it might be best if we actually just crack one of the doors open. You might get some of the heat, because if you go out there, it's warmer. But I think I don't have an ability to change the temperature in here.
Can you stuff your shoe under the thing?
Yeah, would you open the door, Orlando?
Our director,
Please.
Right, just open it.
Yeah.
Yeah, is there a way you can prop it open for the, thank you.
One
So,
of those trash cans, maybe.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, as I'm sure you're aware, because it's been a topic of conversation at the New Mexico counties, it's been reported on in the newspapers. I also believe that it's been brought up since we put it on our agenda, not because we have it on our agenda, but brought up in other communities. That is the declining population of juveniles in youth development facilities. At the Association of Counties meeting last summer in Clovis and Curry County, as a matter of fact, there was a presentation, and I believe that the New Mexico counties even created a working group or task force to work with children, youth, and families, and other entities in the courts as to look at the challenges facing counties that have juvenile detainees. We had provided information at that time. A lot of the requests were for information about what is our youth population, how many of those youth are Santa Fe County youth, how many of those youth are from other entities that we contract with those entities to house the youth, and also what our budget is, what number of staff. So over the course of the last several months, we have been providing that information to the state and to New Mexico counties. Additionally, the Board of County Commissioners does an annual inspection of the adult and the juvenile facility, and as you have noted, our population has declined significantly over the last several years. That is not particular to Santa Fe County, that is particular to the state and all other counties as well as across the nation. But we have several challenges facing us relative to our youth development program. Not just the declining population, but that population of juveniles also stay less than, the average stay is less than 3 weeks. Now, I'm talking about our Santa Fe County juveniles. It's about 18 days. The facility that we house our juveniles in detention in is our old adult facility. It's one of the oldest facilities that we have, and as a matter of fact, the clerk was involved in a task force back in 2015 and 2016 to look at alternatives to that facility, because the facility is one of the county's oldest facilities and has about $10 million worth of capital improvements that need to be done. Also, the facility is not designed to house youth. It's a former adult detention facility. So there's not a lot of programming space available. It's essentially a lot of jail cells and individual cells off of a pod. We have largely fixed costs that don't vary materially based on the actual population of the facility. And when you see our declining population, our fixed costs they don't change if we have 5 youth or 25 youth. They pretty much stay the same, except that we might have some variable costs of needing to add staff, meals, and medical services, and pharmacy and that, like incremental changes on variable costs. Also, we have a great deal of staff turnover, and currently we have several vacancies, which is the impetus for bringing this to you, or one of the impetus for bringing this to you at this time, is we are at a point where we need to make a decision as to whether to staff back up and fill those vacancies, or get direction to possibly give you considerations for alternatives for housing Santa Fe County youth. There's also a lack of guaranteed revenue from other entities housing youth at YDP. So we do have contracts with other entities to bring juveniles to Santa Fe County. We have contracts with U.S. Marshals, some of the Pueblos, Guadalupe County, Taos County, Rio Arriba County, but they're very intermittent as to how many youth we actually detain on behalf of those other entities. And there is no guaranteed flat amount from them. In other words, a contract that says we'll pay you for 3 juveniles regardless of whether you house them or not. So there's no guaranteed revenue. The rates for that we contract for range from $150 per day for a U.S. Marshals youth, and up to about, I want to say our highest rate is $225 for some of the other newer contracts that we have entered into. And then also, as with any detention facility, we have the liability and the insurance costs of operating such a facility. So why this is being brought up to the board today is we are actually requesting that the Board of County Commissioners give some direction on what you would like us to see going forward, or what you would like us to do going forward. And what I mean by that, as I said, we are at a point that we do need to advertise and fill some positions. We had some recent vacancies that have brought us down to a point where we definitely need to advertise and fill those positions, or we need to look at whether it would be more appropriate to provide these services by contracting for our juveniles to be taken care of at another facility. The most obvious facility that would be the closest and most reasonable facility is Bernalillo County, and Bernalillo County is actually looking at building some new facilities for youth. They have a much larger population of youth detainees. So they're actually somewhat, they're somewhat, I don't want to say expanding, because I wouldn't necessarily call it that, but they're doing some improvements and making some different facilities to have different type of programming for youth. in your packet, just to give you a little bit of background, you can see the declining population over the last few years. We used to have a total number of youth that are housed at the YDP during fiscal year 17 was 357 youth, and as I said, the average stay is about 18 days. And this year to date, through January more or less, is 143. And of those residents that are being housed at the facility, you can see it's a much smaller percentage that are actually Santa Fe County youth. And what I mean by that are youth that CYFD states are within our jurisdiction to house and our responsibility to provide some type of detention, whether it be our own facility or at another facility. The rest of the numbers on that graph are, as I said, they're either another county, a tribal entity, or the U.S. Marshals. On page 2 of the memo in your packet, there's a lot of reasons for the declining population, but locally, statewide, and nationally, there is a trend to move away from incarcerating youth, pre-adjudicated youth, which is a good thing. And in addition, the limited number of youth incarcerated in a pre-adjudication status, as I said, it's not very long. The youth at our facility, the average stay has been 18.67 days during fiscal year 16 to fiscal year 20. So when you also look at those numbers, recognize that they're only there about 18 days. That number, even that average stay, can be pretty skewed if you have, with such low numbers of detainees, that number can be skewed if you have one person who's there for 6 months. It definitely skews the average stay. Bernalillo, so across the state there's about 6 different facilities, I think, that are open, and that in your packet we provided what New Mexico counties collected from all of the counties relative to those facilities, and the last 2 pages in the memo show you where those facilities are and how many beds there are relative to juvenile detention facilities in New Mexico. And it also shows you that the cost, the total spent that they collected from all 33 counties is about $18.5 million a year, 16.5 of which that expense is incurred by those 6 counties that have facilities. And just to point out that over $2.5 million of that is incurred by Santa Fe County. So in that $18.5 million, we actually this year, fiscal year 20, have $2.8 million budgeted for juvenile care. And when you look at the average number of youth that are Santa Fe County youth that we have, you can see that we are actually subsidizing the federal government and all the other entities that are housing youth with us. Because it actually, if you take those numbers and extrapolate it out, costs us about $8,000 a day to operate the juvenile facility, and or $1,000 per juvenile night, bed night, and we're receiving anywhere from $150 to $225. So that means Santa Fe County is actually subsidizing other counties and other entities in order to house those juveniles. So the question has been, well, what about Santa Fe County being a regional facility? That was one of the recommendations out of the 2016 proposal, and that was to tear down our existing facility and build a new regional facility. As you can see, the numbers don't really support that. To do that would cost the county, back then the estimate was about $10 million to do that. In today's dollars, we would probably be pushing closer to $14 or $15 million to do that. and we still have a declining population. So we would be doing that for an average of 5 to 10 Santa Fe County juveniles. The also on page 2, you can see our last several years of total expenses. We've gone from $2.5 million to almost 2.7 last year, and budgeted 2.8, almost 2.9 million dollars this year, and our revenues are estimated to be around 300,000. We average about 450,000 in revenues to offset those fixed costs. So what we were looking to the board today is to give us some direction on whether you would like us to explore closing the Santa Fe County facility and housing our juveniles in another facility such as Bernalillo County. We're very cognizant, and staff is very concerned about the complications that come with that, and the what I'll call negative ramifications of such a decision. First of all, we have county staff. We by union contract, if the board were to give us direction to look at that, we do need to go meet with the union and negotiate with the union, looking at a plan of what would happen relative to county staff and also relative to the facility itself. My understanding is that the union would like to see us keep the facility open, but we have not had any conversations specifically with the union about this because we didn't want to, it's a chicken or the egg. I think the most appropriate thing is to have a conversation with the Board of County Commissioners. If it is not something that the Board of County Commissioners is interested in us exploring, then that would be the end of us looking at it, and therefore no need to enter into conversations with the union about how we could possibly keep the facility open if we're going to keep it open anyway. The other side of that also is we're very conscientious about what would happen to any county employees. The juvenile facility has 29 approved full-time FTEs, but we have been sitting between 15 and 20, or between around 9 to 14 vacancies. So we've had between 15 and 20 county employees filling those positions, but as I said, they're hard to fill and they're hard to keep filled. So we are in a continuous state of hiring and turnover there. So right now, I believe we actually have on county payroll 15 county staff. So obviously if we had, and we do supplement staff at the juvenile facility with administrative staff from adults. So they do have other support that are employees that aren't 100% housed at the youth facility. Director Cedillo is one of those. As a matter of fact, he spends a great deal of time at the juvenile facility. But we also, so we recognize that we would need to work with the union as to what would happen to staff. Additionally, we know that there would be transportation needs and that we would not want to put that burden on the sheriff. So we would look at providing our own transportation staff. That could either be done contractually or it could be done by creating a transportation team, which might likely be employees that currently work at the youth facility. Those are all things that we would explore and talk to the union about and work on providing that plan back to the county commission. And in addition, if the facility were closed, YDP staff would have rights with respect to other county positions. So they could potentially be absorbed at our dispatch center. We have probably 10 vacancies there. And at the adult facility, we have vacancies there. They would receive priority if they are, qualified for those positions and they wanted those positions. So that's just one example of where we would work with any existing employees to try to help place them in other county positions. Another issue that we also know is of concern to the community and judges and anybody involved with the youth and those individuals that would be at the facility is visitation, family visitation. And we recognize that that is something that's important, and that would be one of the other reasons we would be looking to Bernalillo County. It's about I think it's about a 15-minute drive from Santa Fe to where the Bernalillo County facility is located. So while yes, it is further away from the northern or central part of the county, it's actually closer the further south you are in Santa Fe County. So it really does depend on where family is located in Santa Fe as to whether it is actually closer or further. As I said earlier, the average stay of Santa Fe County juveniles is relatively short, 2 to 3 weeks, and average visits from family are usually once or so a week for those juveniles that are in our facility. And we can get specifics, but we have logs. We do see that we typically have about, in the last 3 months, we've had visitation from family members 12 times last month, and I mean 12 in total, that family members are visiting youth that are detained in the facility, a total of maybe 10 to 15 times, 15 visits a month in total for all the youth that are Santa Fe County youth in the facility. So that just gives you just a rough sense of how many visits are actually taking place in the facility. It is not, because of such a small population, we really do not have a lot of visitation.
Okay. Commissioner Hamilton?
So thank you for that. Were you finished?
Pretty much.
No. I wanted to just go ahead.
So my only, in summary, is that we would be looking for some direction as to whether the board would like us to pursue providing a potential closure plan that we would bring back to you for adoption, or whether that is not something that the Board of County Commissioners would like to entertain. It's also another critical point of why we're asking this at this time is we're giving direction to the departments to start preparing their budget submittals. They're due next month for next fiscal year.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, so there are a couple of things. I have 2 questions. First, I feel like, the numbers, it was a really good analysis, really appreciate that. I think they largely speak for themselves. I think it really only makes sense to pursue a closure plan. The 2 questions I have that I didn't feel like I had, that we would probably need to get information on it in that respect is what the time frame for a closure plan would be, because right now, this is critical for us to consider because we're so understaffed there. We have to move in one direction or another. But it's, I wonder if it's going to take a month, 2 months, 3 months just to get an agreement with wherever, like Bernalillo County, and make other aspects of the plan, negotiation with the union and whatnot. Are we operating at too critically low to be able to keep it open for the 3 months it's going to take to do the plan? So what are the liabilities there? And I assume, but I have no personal knowledge, so I feel like I have to ask the question. Our alternate options, you know, one of the things if we now are buying services at Bernalillo County is you're forfeiting a certain amount of control. Like we know how we manage our staff and how they, you know, treat detainees and whatnot. Would we be able to investigate that and ask questions about that with Bernalillo County? Like how do they run their juvenile facility, and would we be satisfied with that? Yes, other than those two questions, I feel like the numbers are far more clear.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, I think there's a couple of questions and very good questions. I think Director Cedillo could speak to how Bernalillo is operated and any accreditations that they have, and what's the word I'm looking for? They do CYFD does inspections of how operations are done at other youth facilities, so they'd be able to speak to that. And relative to closing, because our numbers are small, and particularly Santa Fe County numbers are small, we can phase the way we close the facility. In other words, we currently take other entities' juveniles to help offset the cost of our fixed costs. But what we would recommend is, if we're going to move in the direction of potential closure, is that we start working with those entities to take their juveniles elsewhere. I caution, though, I wouldn't want to say that if we're going to turn around and stay open, because then we've likely lost having some additional revenue to help offset our fixed costs. So that'd be my only comment to that.
Okay, Commissioner Hamilton, was that it?
Yes, but we need to get the answer to the question from Director Cedillo.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, first of all, Hamilton. I know it started with an H.
You know, I know, it's just the night, it's happening tonight. It's just...
First of all, I want to thank the county manager. She did an excellent job in the presentation of the numbers we did. To answer your question, though, every CYFD, every facility that has a CYFD kid in their facilities, they have an inspection and an audit done by CYFD itself. And it's a very thorough audit. They have to meet certain standards on that. I know the juvenile administrator at Bernalillo pretty well. He runs a really good facility, a lot of good programs on that. So that would not be a worry to me whatsoever.
And the timing, just to supplement Manager Miller's suggestion, that one way to reduce the staffing pressure between now and when looking into the closure would be to reduce the population. Do you have any other thoughts to contribute to that, or is it not?
No, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Hamilton, I think that's a very good point, because if you look at our count today, we have a total count of 8 people, 8 kids in there. 2 of them are U.S. Marshals, or they're we've had them for almost a year or 2. The other 6 of them, 4 of them come from Santa Fe County, and then the other 2 are from different entities. So you got to look at that as a whole, as a big picture of the amount of kids that we have at that facility. And anytime you have to do this, it has to be in phases. I've done this one time in my career, and it has to be in phases. You have to always work with your HR department with that as well.
Okay, thank you, Director Cedillo. Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Catherine and Pablo. I appreciate the information. I agree with Commissioner Hamilton. I think the numbers are strongly support the idea of closure. And you know, I think about Bernalillo, and one of the things that sounded good to me was that they have a program that they're developing and that they're working on different ways to provide for juveniles, you know, that have been sent there. And I think that that is something that's really important, is that we think about these juveniles and how they can be helped. And I think that someplace like Bernalillo that has a larger population is willing to invest more money and time to help these juveniles so that they can be, once again, contributing members of society. And that is what we want. And since I have been to our juvenile facility, it is an aging facility. It is an old adult jail. It is not designed for juveniles. It is not designed for youth. And, you know, I would like to see them get better care. And I think at a place like Bernalillo, where they are working to develop a program and thinking possibly outside the box, that, you know, they might be coming up with some of those ideas, which and providing education, and because they have a larger population. So that is something that does appeal to me. I like the idea of using the people who are working at the juvenile facility at the moment to do a transport pool. I think that that would be a good way, because I don't think that we should burden the sheriff and his department with that. So I wonder, can we move some of the employees that are at the juvenile detention facility to the adult detention facility?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Hanson, let me begin by saying, yes, we could. In that every employee is our first and foremost priority. We need to ensure that each employee has an opportunity for employment within Santa Fe County in any department, including public safety, of course. So yes, that would be our first priority, is our staff.
And you know, also there's a possibility, as Manager Miller mentioned, that they could move to RECC. You know, I mean, there are opportunities for us to provide positions for them, and I think that that's something that, you know, would go a long ways with the union. That we're definitely not putting them out on the streets. We're taking care of our employees, and I think that's really important. You know, one of the thoughts is we're spending $1,000 a night on a juvenile. They could stay in a really nice hotel. They could be in a really, they could be in a treatment center. They could be in some place where they were actually might be even getting help with that amount of money. That's a really high expense, and so I definitely believe that we should look into closing and explore what our options are with Bernalillo, and Bernalillo is would probably be interested in our contracts also with federal youth, and possibly some of the pueblos are even closer to Bernalillo that we also have federal contracts with. So I think that all in all, it is a positive thing for us to look towards closure and thinking of how we can do that in the most beneficial way to not just our employees, but to the children that are there, because I think the children that are there might benefit from being in Bernalillo with a larger population, where they could have more educational opportunities and a new approach, you know, that takes investment. And so that's what I would like to share.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just key points that the county manager made In 2010, CYFD detained over 4,000 juveniles around the facilities in the state of New Mexico. And when I first started, there was 13 facilities, now there are 6. The count now in 2019 has dropped from 4,000 to 1,500. So that's a dramatic droppage in detainee of individuals. Right now, back then it was 288 beds. Right now there's 126 beds in the state of New Mexico for detainees. So, I'm sorry, 126 beds that are being used by detainees right now. So you could see the decline of individuals that are being detained. And I think this pendulum has changed a little bit. Instead of incarceration, they want to look at alternatives for these kids, substance abuse beds, mental health beds, people with mental disabilities, physical disabilities. They're looking at individuals who don't have homes to look at foster care for them. So there's a lot of intervention that are trying to be used for these individuals. I sit on a committee with the Association of Counties. It's the Criminal Justice Reform Committee, and this has been a topic that we've discussed. And you could see from 13 to 6 facilities now. They did talk about regional facilities, as County Manager Miller has talked about, and it makes sense because of the amount of beds that are being used currently right now. I think at this point, we're here to listen to direction that you'd like to give us.
Thank you, Director Cedillo. Commissioner Garcia?
Decisions that we have to make sitting up here, right? I guess that's why we're elected, which is to make the hard decisions. To make the hard decisions is why we're elected officials. I have several different questions, and there was a lot of talk this last week at the Association of Counties in regards to juvenile facilities closing down statewide, not just in Santa Fe, but also statewide. And that was a major topic that was on the Association of Counties legislative hearings that they had this last week. Or one of the items that's actually it's a House Memorial 14, which is juvenile detention study. Request that the New Mexico County study and make recommendations on matters related to juvenile detentions in an effort to improve treatment, detainees, lower costs, and address the needs of juvenile detainees. So this is actually, once again, a House Memorials for the audience out there, is a study as into what are we doing with these juvenile detainees in the entire state. And I appreciate Mr. Cedillo actually talking about that we actually want to get these detainees, juveniles, some help. And one of the questions I have is, what can a youth be incarcerated for? Is it for actually for a DUI? Is it actually for doing something with a handgun that they probably shouldn't be doing? What can a juvenile be detained for?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, there is a risk factor involved in this, and that risk factor, when a law enforcement arrests an individual, a kid, they have a risk factor that they have to meet with CYFD. If they don't meet that risk factor, they have to find some type of placement or take them back to their home. If they meet that criteria and the risk factor, then they can be detained. Only CYFD can detain those individuals. And of course, that has to be done with the risk factor. If they meet that criteria, then they can detain them. But right now, we have anything as far as first-degree murder to simple misdemeanor detainees. And they don't stay very long. They go to court, go to a hearing, go to court, and the judge determines what they're going to do with them.
Also, as we all know, we actually toured the juvenile facility, and it is very heartbreaking to see a young individual in there, in this entire pod by themselves, because there's 3 or 5 or 8 people in there, and it's just this open space. And in talking and hearing the talks with Bernalillo County this last week at the New Mexico counties, they do have a new facility, and I believe that they have an excellent facility according to somebody that works there or somebody that's employed there, and is from what I gathered from that. And one of the things though also, whenever you put a juvenile or any individual in a larger population, in my opinion, it could help them or it could hurt them, because there's more individuals incarcerated. So I think it could go either way. One of the things, if you can touch a little bit more base on, is why has the population declined for juveniles, or has the laws changed as into they have less of a they'd have a larger, what am I trying to say here? Are juveniles not getting arrested as often as they used to in the past?
Chair Ball and Commissioner Garcia, that's $1 million question. As you can see, as I indicated, it was from 4,000 in 2010 to 1,500 in 2019. Now, there's this various variables why that's happening. Some is the risk factor that they have to meet, as I indicated, to be detained. However, CYFD could also override those risk factors to either let them go or detain them for a short period of time. I can't give you the magic answer to that, but it is happening nationally as well as the state of New Mexico. And to your point, one of your points, if I may, Commissioner, the juvenile detention facility now known as YDP has a fragmented floor plan, and that's because, as you all know, it used to be an adult detention facility for different types of classifications of adults. And you made a very good point. It's hard to see one kid in a 24 man pod. And it doesn't make any sense at all. And I think in the task force, Madam Clerk, when we did this in 2016, that was one of the topics that we looked at. I sat on that task force as well, is we have this fragmented floor plan that is it's not conducive to the supervision that should be happening inside a juvenile facility.
But also, however, for those of us that have been here for a while working with the county, we also know that probably 15, 20 years ago, we actually did receive an accreditation for one of the best youth facilities, probably I think it might have even been nationwide, in that same exact facility. So I'm kind of juggling as into, we did win a great, huge award. When I think you were there also when you worked before you left the state. So we did win an award within that facility, and then now we want to close it. So I'm just trying to juggle that in my mind. Manager Miller?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, I think you're referring to the time when we had the ARC, and we had a federal contract for federal juveniles. It was quite a program, but the federal government no longer really detains very many youth in New Mexico, and we stopped that program because we no longer had that contract with the federal government. That was prior to me coming back to the county, but just to give you an idea of how few federal juveniles there are, on that same sheet where we talked about the county juvenile daily population, the average federal juvenile daily population is 16. So we used to have, I want to say 30 to 40 juveniles under that federal program, and but that is what Santa Fe County was really known for, running an excellent program when we had the contract with the federal government.
Thank you for the clarification. Also, Mr. Chairman, and some of the things I'm a little concerned about is regarding talking with the union, and or have we talked with our district judges and or CYFD as into, just to get their opinion as into what do you think about this? Or is our direction or our plan is we're going to give if we give direction to close it, does that mean it's automatically gonna get closed? Because the larger picture of the closure is definitely the first priority is the juveniles inside the facility, the employees at the facility. And the larger picture is what are we gonna do with the property? And so those are just some of the questions. I know they're kind of spread out, but those are some of the questions I have written down.
Mr. Chair, I can tell you that if you also look on that, the information in your packet where the information from the New Mexico counties, you can see that Barbara Vigil, who's the senior justice at the New Mexico Supreme Court, Van Bauer, chief public defender, the deputy director of field services from New Mexico Youth and Families, Nick Costales, I hope I'm saying it properly. Then also Craig Sparks, director of youth services from Bernalillo County, Tracy Neff, juvenile services administrator from San Juan County, Director Cedillo, and also Amber Hamilton, who's manager from Roosevelt County. They've all been working not on Santa Fe County, but on this issue for the state. So there's been lots of discussion, not on what will happen in Santa Fe County. That discussion is happening right now with this Board of County Commissioners, because that's the appropriate place to start this discussion. But the discussion in general about what's happening with the juvenile population across the state and the state's response to that. You've probably read some of the articles in the paper about state legislators and justices and public defender and all of them talking about that this really is something that needs to be is a state I'm gonna say a state problem, because obviously the juveniles are local, but that it's a state issue that the state really needs to step in and say, if it's the state and CYFD that determines whether somebody is detained, they also need to be part of the solution is where they're detained, and having a reasonable network of regional facilities to detain those juveniles. So that brought up the question is, does it make sense for Santa Fe County to be a regional facility? Not if Bernalillo County is really the big dog 50 miles down the street. As you can see by our own population numbers, we're really not a regional facility. We don't, we house just a couple of youths from the surrounding counties, not enough to warrant a regional facility. And so specifically talking to them about the impact of Santa Fe County closing, no. Generally talking about Santa Fe County not being one of the regional facilities, yes, it's kind of an obvious conclusion that if the state went to a model of 4 or 5 regional facilities, Bernalillo would be the central facility. It would not be Santa Fe County. It just doesn't make sense.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for.
I'm sorry.
If I could, I just wanted to answer your question really directly, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia. All that we're asking for tonight, it's a pulse check. Is there enough of an appetite to consider this that you want us to go forward and do all of the legwork in terms of negotiating agreements with other potential counties to take to house Santa Fe County juveniles, to come up with a formal closure plan, to give the notice required under our agreements with the union, and do all of that necessary due diligence to bring back for actual action a formal plan for the board to adopt. So nothing that transpires here tonight locks the board or an individual commissioner into any particular position or into a particular decision. But if the majority of the board says, no, we don't have an appetite for that now, then we won't do any of that. And we won't put that effort in place because we would be spinning our wheels and potentially creating apprehension in our workforce, what have you, for no good reason. I hope that answers your question directly.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Attorney Greg, yes, that actually answers my question. Thank you. Just a couple more things, and thank you for the time, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, is in regards to, I'd like to see what the task force actually came up with and what was that about? What did they talk about? Not tonight. And then also, we talked about this earlier in our agenda as in supplementing some budgetary issues to the district court, and that's an ankle bracelet. You know, why can't these juveniles have some sort of an ankle bracelet? I understand the ones that are detained for murder, I can definitely understand that, but those are just opportunities or things that we can actually, it seems like we can work with the judges, and so with that, that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Madam Clerk?
Yes, I'd like to take this opportunity to share some of my thoughts because participating in the task force, but also qualify it with some of my experience and to let you know, as a teenager, I was a youth activist in my community in East Los Angeles. And we did a lot of prevention work. I grew up around gang members. It was a very high crime area. And so my friend and I started programs for young girls to divert them from sniffing glue and all that. And we were very successful. The Army Reserve recognized us. The LA County recognized us and brought us on board to be part of their youth corps to work with kids. And we were so successful that we even got permission to visit some of the kids in our youth facility back then, where even your sister couldn't visit you. But we were very effective. So I had an interest in this, and also over 20 years ago, I was the division director for BHSD's Division of Substance Abuse. So what I want to share with you is that, one, I think it's reasonable to close YDP based on the facts that have been written here. I think it is reasonable. I think the fact that Santa Fe County is not required to maintain or provide YDP, I think that's another factor. Three, I want you to know that I was against building a YDP next to the adult facility because of my experience of working with older gang members. Where I come from, there were gangs that were 50 years old and 80 years old, and we also worked with youth and old gang members, and I understand the dynamics. If that youth facility was close to the adult, my concern is if people were seeing youth discharge, would they be recruiting some of these young kids for other issues, for their own issues? So I was against that. Four, Santa Fe County should create, if it does close down the facility, I think Santa Fe County should create a reintegration program for Santa Fe County youth who reside in Santa Fe County. So I think if children or youth are detained or held in Bernalillo County, there should be some type of programming for reintegration into our community. And fifth, one of the things that was also of concern was that the county should tread lightly about selling the property immediately, because I believe that the county would not be able to purchase a piece of property like that again. It's something the county owns. It came from the state to the county, and you should really consider what uses that could be. And we did discuss in the task force that maybe it would be some type of a campus for youth services. So those are the things I want to share, but there is a report that we put together, and I think that would be great for you to get a copy of that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Moreno?
I like that. I like that. Times are changing, and children aren't they have different things going in their lives that we didn't have to do to mess with. You know, a spanking would be enough. I have an acquaintance who has a son who's 14, killed a person in Albuquerque last year. And the devastation of that type of an event, it breaks families apart. And it's I'm leaning toward to phase it out. But I do think there are other ways to bring youth into places where they can be safe and but with a lot of hand holding and programs that would mean something to them. That's my take.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Moreno. Okay, well, I had a few questions and comments. As far as the services that we provide to the U.S. Marshals, I've heard that a few times tonight, but are those kids are probably sometimes still Santa Fe County residents, or they're not when you guys say U.S. Marshal?
Mr. Chair, they are not Santa Fe County kids. They belong to the United States Marshal Service, so they belong to them.
So, go ahead. I'm wondering, can they be Santa Fe County residents but be in U.S. Marshal custody?
They're both not Santa Fe County residents.
Oh, not
their
these
families
ones in particular, but there is the possibility of them being with the U.S. Marshals that are Santa Fe County residents. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's what I was just wondering.
And just for clarification, they may live in Santa Fe County but commit a federal crime, and they belong to the United States Marshal Service and not to the entity of the state of New Mexico. So, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. So, does that also mean if we have a juvenile that was arrested in Rio Arriba County, they are actually Rio Arriba County's, I guess, detainee, but we have them here in Santa Fe County? Would we count them as ours or Rio Arriba County?
Mr. Chair, we have we're under the First District, and that encompasses Rio Arriba County, Los Alamos County, and Santa Fe County. However, they are residents of that particular county.
Okay. So if they're arrested in Rio Arriba County, but they're one of our residents, we would count them as one of our Santa Fe County.
They would be a Rio Arriba.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just curious.
So, i.e., if they're arrested in Espanola, they're Rio Arriba County.
Okay.
Can you explain that? Well, but also, so what if a Native American got arrested? Would they be U.S. Marshal? They wouldn't?
No. Commissioner Garcia, no.
Thank you.
Okay. I think to answer one of the questions, Manager Miller, did you have a comment?
Mr. Chair, I think I was just going to try to add some clarification relative to the U.S. Marshals. The U.S. Marshals determine not necessarily where a youth was from, as to where they detain them. They have the choice as to where they detain them. The two youth that we currently have are not from Santa Fe County, and we have had, and their families are not Santa Fe County. We have housed them for quite some time, but we have no say in which juveniles they choose to house with us and where they're from. So that is 100% a U.S. Marshals decision as to where they want to contractually house their juveniles.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And I think probably to answer Commissioner Garcia's question earlier about why is there less juveniles probably in the detention centers, I'm thinking it must be relative to the $1.2 million that we passed earlier for the electronic monitoring. They probably are wearing the electronic monitoring at home. I do have a couple of suggestions and possible avenues. I do wanna, and we touched earlier on this, as far as revisiting and looking at, cause I don't think any of the commissioners that are on the board now, except for maybe me, was here during the 2015, task force, committee that put together some, suggestions for us to move forward. I know that, Mr. Cedillo or Director Cedillo was part of that. But I think it wouldn't hurt to revisit and kind of share those proposals with the board again. And I kind of wanted to talk a little bit about, the ARC, the secured housing. I mean, could we use that to make like a smaller facility? I am a little bit concerned with that there is a higher crime rate in Albuquerque, and there's always thefts of automobiles and a lot of gangs out in the area. I'm just kind of concerned with some of our Santa Fe County residents or youth that would go to this facility and possibly how to have an influence from those gangs in those areas. So that's a concern. And also, I mean, could we look at ways of saving money at the detention center by relocating the food service? If we only have, because I think they provide meals at the youth detention center. Is that correct, Director Cedillo?
Mr. Chair, that's correct.
So, I mean, if they only had to prepare another 15 meals at the adult detention center, couldn't we have saved money by going that direction? Possibly. I don't know what it costs for the food preparation at that facility, but and then also, could we increase fees that we do charge to help offset some of the costs? I don't know what Bernalillo is charging, and it sounds to me like we haven't really looked into that yet. And then, I think we have, from our last visit, do we have 24-hour nursing service at the youth development center? Could we cut that down to 12 hours to try and save in that aspect? Or, I mean, do we have a 24-hour, do we have a nurse on 24 hours?
Mr. Chair, we do have a nurse, and I think that's an option that we can look at as well.
Okay. And do we still have a vacancy for the youth development administrator? I think it's been vacant for some time, right? A couple of years?
Yes.
And if you could maybe give us an idea of what that administrator usually does, they work on different programs for the detention facility, is that correct?
Mr. Chair, there's a variety of duties that they would be responsible for as the administrator of the juvenile facility.
Okay. Those are really all the comments and questions I had. I do want to, I'm not totally convinced that closure of the facility is in the county's best interest or the service that we do provide to our constituents, but we'll see what the rest of the board has to say. I know that we have already, but we would need to give direction tonight, so. Commissioner Hamilton, do you have?
Yeah, I feel like when I said the numbers speak for themselves, I think that in the summary, we have provided several additional questions that the county manager and Director Cedillo are going to continue looking into. I think it's really clear that we can cover many aspects of our concerns, from transportation and options for our county employees, and protection of youth that do fall into needing, did fall into the system. In many aspects of protection, have programs and added, certification, like assurances that the facilities that we would be transporting them to are good. I think, from the presentation that and the information that Manager Miller and Director Cedillo provided, they have thought at this high level of a lot of these questions, and the differences in the money and the numbers, and when you consider the trends in what people are doing, the trends in youth numbers that need detention, it's just really clear that it costs way more than twice as much to keep this facility open than it would cost the county to provide the service in an alternate manner. And so I just think it makes nothing but a lot of good sense to provide direction to continue pursuing what the options are. At any time that something seems completely unsatisfactory, you know, that would come out in when this is being pursued. If Bernalillo County wasn't gonna provide, there was no option for regional facility. Anything that becomes a major roadblock, that would be included in the equation. But I just think that it's eminently clear that we need to pursue this, the idea of closing the facility further.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. And just one more question. Do you have any idea what the worst case scenario of layoffs of how many employees we would have to lay off?
Mr. Chair, as I said, we have a total of 29 positions, but currently 15 of those are filled. If we created our own transportation team, we would probably create 6 positions to staff that so that we would be able to transport back and forth. So that's 6 of them. So then there's 9. Some of those could be absorbed at our adult facility, and others could apply for other positions at the county.
Mr. Chair and County Manager Miller, I just got notification this morning that we're down to 12 now. Went to 15 to 12.
Mr. Chair, that's a problem, actually, and I'm gonna have to recommend that the director fill those positions. I can't have the staff that low.
Okay, thank you, Manager Miller.
My concern with that is, just so you know, that I don't know who, you know, this is the problem with the facility.
Yes.
There's no juveniles in the facility to speak of, and so it's very hard to keep it staffed. And if we entertain this conversation, individuals are not going to want to take a position at a facility that may not stay open. So this is a huge challenge for us. We may have to send our juveniles to, if that's truly the case and we get down to that level of staffing, to send them elsewhere anyway, if we can't fill the positions.
Okay, thank you, Manager Miller. Commissioner Hanson?
Do you want a motion? Do you wanna?
I don't think we need a motion. It's just the majority of the board giving a recommendation.
I'm fine with it.
Commissioner Garcia?
I'm good with us closing the facility and
No,
or
direction for
direction
them
to look into closing the facility also.
Okay. The rest of the board?
Absolutely.
So you have a majority?
Thank you, Manager Miller, for your hard work on this.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thank you. This, as I said, this is a difficult conversation to even have. We recognize the impact it has on the employees, the impact it has on the youth in the facility, as well as their families and the community.
Thank you, Manager Miller. Okay, so we're gonna move on to our next item on the agenda. And this is item number 8, and it's matters from county commissioners, issues and comments. Is there any announcements or comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes, it's this Saturday is going to be the first Saturday of February, and in District 4 we're going to have our second coffee of the commish of the year, coffee with the commish. So everybody who's interested in coming, who has any issues or to discuss or questions to ask, Saturday from 9 to 11 at Hondo Station 2, coffee with the commish.
Great, thank you for that update, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Garcia?
Just really quick, we will be having, or the community of La Cienega will be having a breakfast at 9 o'clock on Saturday at the community center. And just for those of you who have not been there, I haven't been there in several months, but however, it's actually a really great breakfast. A lot of homemade food, great people, great way to actually socialize with your constituents and anybody else that goes. But that's just also in La Cienega at 9 o'clock this Saturday.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hamilton?
Hanson?
Hanson?
Okay, so I was on a phone call with EELU, and I wanted to share that PILT has been fully funded. Also, in the last spending bill, and the Secure Rural Schools has also been funded. So I felt like that was really good news. Also, I had the great privilege with my fellow Commissioner Hamilton to speak at the Women's March, and we had a really great time. Commissioner Hamilton, myself, and County Clerk Salazar, we all spoke, and that was a really fun event.
Thanks for mentioning that.
I took EDGE classes on Monday on Martin Luther King Day, and I highly recommend it. It was a great day for class. Also, Commissioner Hamilton and I attended the opening of the legislature, and that was definitely entertaining. Then I'm trying to think what else happened. Anyhow, though, I think that's enough. But I also really want to say that I am really concerned about Earth Day and making sure that we have a resolution and an event and things happening. And I have been asking for staff to work on this for the last 5 months, and nothing has happened, so I'm just going to start writing a resolution myself and seeing if I can get it passed, because I think it's a really important event, and the planet is suffering, and we are in a climate crisis, and we need to be working towards protecting our environment and doing what we can in Santa Fe County to protect the environment. So some of the things I have planned for Earth Day is that we will be planting trees, and we will also, the River Commission is going to be doing a talk along the river corridor. I serve on the River Commission for the city. So we're trying, and we're working with, Sarah has attended some of the citywide coordination for Earth Day, but I really want something. I really want us to plant trees. I really want something to happen, and I look forward to meeting with Claudia and Gary, hopefully very soon, and working on that because time is of the essence. And so that is all I have to say for the moment.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Today, I just wanted to announce that we did have a press conference today for the kickoff for the 2020 census, and I know Mayor Weber was there, and he had a great speech. I do want to just reiterate on the record, since now it's official and the 2020 census committee has kicked off. We have the press release today was with our partners, Somos Un Pueblo Unido, which is that we're one Pueblo United, and the city of Santa Fe. So I was appreciative to be a part of this press conference today, and just to give some insight to our constituents. New Mexico is one of the hardest to count states in the nation, and having a complete count for the 2020 census is vital to our communities. The data collected from this process affects funding for many different programs, including healthcare, community services, infrastructure, transportation, and many other fundamental needs. I just want to reiterate and stress that, if we can work together as a community to get the best count for the 2020 census, it would be really imperative for the state. So thank you. I just wanted to announce that. Any other comments or questions from the board? Okay. So we're going to go ahead and move on to our next item. This is matters from other elected officials. Madam Clerk, did you have anything for us?
Yes, I do. Chair Roybal, anything you can share with the county clerk's office regarding the census 2020, we appreciate that too, because that census does impact our boundaries in some way and population too. So just let me know if there's anything you need from me or vice versa to inform us. What I'd like to state for the public is that we will be having a primary election, and the election day is June 2nd, 2020, and the general election is November 3rd, 2020. If you have any questions regarding voter registration, any of these two elections, please contact the county clerk's office, and if my staff can help you, you can also ask for me, and I will communicate with any constituent who has an interest in requiring more information. Also to check the county clerk's web page on the county's website for additional information. We have a lot of information about elections and all the other responsibilities that we conduct for Santa Fe County. So if you check our web page and there's something that concerns you or you want more information in a certain area, please call us, let me know. We're here to meet the needs of our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Clerk Salazar. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Mrs. Madam Clerk, for bringing up the census. And Mr. Chair of the census, can you just try to keep the schools involved also? Because I know we do have, because in my district, for the school district, there's some individuals there that are afraid to be counted. And so I think that the organization we have, Pueblos, so you need those. That's actually, they're very good at working in my district, but thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you. We do actually have somebody from the school board on our census board. So, yeah, I think that it'll be important to identify community leaders that people know and trust so that we can actually go out to the communities. They can go out there and help with conveying the message from the census. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Thank you, Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you for that update.
Absolutely. Okay, so next we're going to go on to item number 10, and this is matters from the county attorney. Can you give us a summary of what we need executive session for?
Mr. Chair, quickly before we go to that, since that's really our last
You want to do the
discussion,
public hearing?
yeah, I was hoping we could do the
Okay.
public hearing, and then also if you had any questions on the reports, that way we could get that done and everybody else could.
I don't have any questions on the reports, so
No
if
question- no
anybody else, so
questions.
we're good to let staff go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
for the report. I appreciate them
So
at
we're-
the end of every month.
Absolutely. We're gonna go ahead and move on to our public hearing. And this is ordinance amending Santa Fe County Ordinance number 2014-10, Solid Waste and Recycle Management Ordinance, as amended by Ordinance 2018-7 to specify that 2019 solid waste permits do not expire. And we have our county attorney, Rachel Brown, and also our Public Works Director, Mr. Gary Hidon.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Deputy County Attorney Rachel Brown. As you'll recall, at our last meeting, we had a public hearing on a proposed amendment to the solid waste ordinance, and that would have addressed concerns that the 2019 permits were sold with an expiration date and people were not fully cognizant of that and may have bought permits they couldn't use during the 2019 calendar year. We discussed having credit towards 2020 purchases, and ultimately were directed to bring back an ordinance that would remove expiration of permits so that they could be fully exhausted once purchased. Given the noticing that was done for the ordinance amendment, we've brought you an amendment that allows the 2019 purchases to move forward without expiration, but we can't address at tonight's hearing purchases that happened in 2020 because of how this was noticed. And so a subsequent amendment would be brought forward for future purchases. The amendment before you today would allow people to continue to use their 2019 permits until they're fully exhausted. And I would stand for questions or see if Mr. Huron has additional comments.
Okay, can you repeat that last part again, that
Sure.
we, the
So-
2020?
This will happen in 2 steps because of how we noticed our
Okay.
ordinance. What we're bringing forward to you today would amend the 2019 purchases so that they do not expire and people can continue to use those after this ordinance goes into effect.
Okay.
However, this ordinance does not address purchases made in 2020, and we would bring forward a subsequent amendment, possibly with requesting title and general summary at your next meeting to address future purchases.
Okay, perfect. Manager Miller, did you have a comment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if you recall, we were attempting to just change 2019 and give credit for permits that were purchased in 2019. So that's how the ordinance amendment was written. That's how it was noticed. But in our discussion at the last meeting, it was recommended we just not have them expire so that we don't go through this every single year. So unfortunately, but I did caution that it would likely not fall under the ordinance that as it was drafted, the amendment that we had, or the noticing. And so as legal looked at it, that was the case and believed we could at least deal with the 2019 based upon the way it was noticed, but we would have to revisit the ordinance under a separate notice for the other change that was requested.
Okay, Commissioner Hamilton?
And I'm not saying I'm representing this correctly, but I thought there was also discussion when we talked about the just make them never expire.
Yeah,
That what happened to things prior to 2019? So
Mr.
where do those fall now?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, if you recall, the staff has been accepting all of them because the way the change was done when they started expiring, it said only the 2019s would expire.
Okay.
So
That reminds me.
we'd be removing the 2019 expiring. All those that have been issued, I believe they said since 2014, have been good except for 2019s. They would continue to be good, and then we just need to address permits going forward.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to go ahead and, Commissioner Garcia?
Go ahead.
Okay, I want to make a motion to approve the ordinance.
We have a public.
Oh, public hearing. Is there anybody from the public that would like to address the board? No?
I didn't even look just
Are you sure? Okay, once again, is there anybody from the public that would like to address the board? Okay. Seeing none, I'm gonna close public comment. And I'd like to make a motion to approve an ordinance amending Santa Fe County Ordinance number 2014-10, Solid Waste and Recycle Management Ordinance, an amendment by the ordinance 2018-7 to specify that 2019 solid waste permits do not expire.
Second.
Mr. Chairman, just for discussion, just would like to thank Manager Miller and her staff for actually kind of difficult thing, once again, that we deal with year after year, but thank you for working with the county commission. And if we can actually put this on our webpage, solid waste permit fees, really big, so that way no one, right, and that way, because those are, what's one of the top 5 or 7 functions that constituents really think about, but if you can really put it out there in flashing, so it flashes, but thank you.
I think that's a great idea. We might even have to consider using reverse 911 and blasting this out to the whole county.
Yeah. So
Just
we have
joking.
a motion and a second. Can I get a roll call, please? Madam Clerk?
You ready to take your vote? Okay. Chair Roy Ball,
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno.
Yes.
The yeses have it.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And can we get an ordinance number?
Yes.
Chair Roy Ball, Commissioners, for the record, the ordinance you just passed is ordinance number 1. Congratulations, your very first ordinance for the year.
Thank you.
Never mind.
Okay, so I'll entertain
I
a motion
retract
to-
that.
Oh,
Excuse me, for the record, this is ordinance number 2. Thank you.
number 2.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session.
I move that we go into don't we want to get a
Maybe we wanna
rundown
get a
on what it
summary?
is first?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, the authority for the executive or closed session is threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant as allowed by Section 10-15-1H7 NMSA 1978, and discussion of the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights as allowed by Section 10-15-1HB NMSA 1978. And the particular matters to be discussed are county-maintained roads within exterior boundaries of pueblos, and charges of discrimination filed with the federal EEOC and New Mexico Department of Workforce Solutions Human Rights Bureau.
So move.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can I get a roll call to go into executive session?
Yes. Charlie Roy Ball,
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno.
Yes.
Yes, all yes, thank you.
Okay, we're in executive session.
We were
Madam,
going to have it in here, but we were gonna